gangs and actually do it.
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
A very good morning to you. My name's Tom Harwood and you're watching GBN Vote 2025, in which we bring you the fallout from the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse by-election, where Labour have unexpectedly triumphed ahead of the SNP and the Reform Party. Now, upon being declared the winner in this by-election, Labour's Davy Russell wasted no time in taking aim at the Reform Party.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here. Reform have no real answers to the issues we face, and they can't beat the SNP here or replace them across Scotland. And for Ross, can you see me now?
Well, the Ross referred to there at the end is Ross Lambie, the Reform candidate who had accused Labour of being invisible through this campaign. But Nigel Farage's party finished a close third in this hotly contested battle, and the Deputy Leader, Richard Tice, told us his party is thrilled to bits with the result.
But we've outperformed everybody's expectations. We've run a brilliant campaign, we've had a great candidate. Yeah, we're thrilled to bits, and I suspect the other two main parties will be reflecting, goodness me, what have we got wrong that someone could come from nowhere with limited resources and achieve such an outstanding result.
That's right, dawn is breaking here in Hamilton with Labour pulling off their surprise win over the SNP. But guess what? Reform UK are breathing down both main parties next. And the Tories, they're nowhere.
Well, throughout this hour, we will be breaking down what this result means for Scotland and wider British politics. Delighted to be joined in the studio by the leader of Reform UK in the London Assembly, Alex Wilson, the former Labour advisor, Scarlett Maguire, and the former Conservative Member of Parliament, Tom Hunt. I'll also be speaking to a former SNP councillor about what this result means for his party north of the border. But before all of that, let's cross to our political editor, Christopher Hope, joining us live now in Hamilton. Christopher, an upset.
Tom, it really is now. Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, didn't even campaign in Hamilton. Many thought the Labour Party hadn't really attempted to win this seat properly, but guess what? They have overturned this majority of the SNP back from 2021. Look at those numbers there. The turnout, 44.2%. Labour on 8,559 votes. SNP 7,957, Reform 7,088, and the Tories down at 1,621. miles away. So 31% of the vote going towards Labour. They win this by-election. As we heard earlier from Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, this is the first stone, they say, in ousting the SNP from power in the Holyrood election next year. They say that because it's the first by-election here, in fact, in all of Scotland, since 2019 in the Holyrood Parliament, and that's why it's been hailed as an incredible result by Labour. Big issues there, though, I think, for the SNP. And look at what Reform have done. They were on 58 votes in 2021. They were 12th in the election here for Holyrood Parliament. They're now third with 7,088. Looking at these numbers here, yes, a massive win for Labour against the runners' team, of course, but often we do see by-elections painting a different picture to the national picture, but they've done very well to beat the SNP. But look at Reform. They've nicked all these votes, it seems, from the Tory party. When I've been here for the past 24 hours, I've heard of what's called shy reformers. These are people who were with the Tory party, they've come across to Reform, but they don't really want to say and tell anybody about it. It shows, though, for many, the fact it is a surprise win shows the difficulties Labour's had since the last general election.
Well, Christopher, thanks indeed for that roundup. We'll be with you, of course, throughout the programme. But let's speak now to the former SNP Glasgow City Councillor, Austin Sheridan. Austin, thanks for joining us at this early time in the morning. I want to ask you, the First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, the leader of the SNP, said that this vote would be a straight fight between the Reform Party and the SNP. He didn't mention the Labour Party. Has the SNP lost touch with the people of Scotland?
Well, first and foremost, I think we should take some time to remember why this by-election came about. It was one that no one wanted. It was Christopher McKelvey, one of our MSPs that passed away. So just to acknowledge that from the outset. In terms of the election, I mean, the SNP had never taken anything for granted in the election, and clearly we fell shy of winning. So that was the correct approach. I think that we always knew that Reform were going to get a large vote within the constituency. It really became a three-horse race in the end, as we could see. However, if we only take us back to 11 months ago, in the Westminster equivalent, the Hamilton and Clyde Valley constituency for Westminster, Labour won that seat with 50% of the vote and a majority of 9,500. So I understand people are saying, oh, it's a surprise that Labour won. But in reality, this should have been an absolute scoosh for Labour to win based on those results. But because of the performance of the Labour government at Westminster, that's what almost allowed the SNP to hold on to it. But there is no doubt that it's disappointing for the SNP, and there's lessons for us to be learned for the whole of the election, which is only going to be 11 months away. And we will certainly be looking to take back the seat of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, because that is a seat that if we're going to retain government, we're going to have to win back. There's no shadow of a doubt about that.
And that is the crucial point, is it not? Ever since the SNP has been running the Scottish government since 2007, I know the seat wasn't in its current form in 2007, but for more than a decade the SNP has held this seat. It's a crucial brick in the sort of wall of SNP governance. And the question mark here is that what are the polls actually showing? According to the polls, in Scotland today, the SNP should have won this seat. And you're saying quite rightly that the Labour Party, well, had a large vote in this area at the general election. Could that mean that the polls have been underestimating Labour because they've had a precipitous decline in the polls over the last 10 months? I mean, could it be that actually Labour is stronger in Scotland than we had all suspected?
Yeah, I mean, the SNP gained the seat in 2011 when the SNP won the majority in the Scottish Parliament, which no party has ever managed to achieve since. But yeah, I mean, as I say, the opinion polling in Scotland kind of puts SNP at about 35%. And when we looked at opinion polling for that particular constituency, the SNP were expected to win. So of course, there's disappointment, within our ranks in relation to that. But we have to remember that a by-election is a by-election, and they often produce different results from what actually actually happens at a general election. I mean, the SNP has been in government for 18 years, and quite often you'll find that by-elections are a way for the public to send a message to the governing party, especially if they held that seat. So people of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse have sent a message to the SNP. We will certainly listen to that message, and we'll be spending the next 11 months reconnecting with the people within that constituency to deliver an SNP win in 11 months' time.
Of course, it is, as you say, just 11 months until that wider Holyrood election. And it is not just the constituency votes that matters. Scottish people get, of course, a party vote as well. There's a proportional element to this. And looking at the shares of the vote, therefore, does really matter here, perhaps more than a Westminster election. I mean, Scottish politics changed last night.
Yes, it does. I mean, and if that kind of result was replicated across Scotland, there is no without a shadow of a doubt that the Forum will be picking up a large number of MSPs. But as I say, the caution to the wind is a by-election circumstance. It is different from what a general election would be. But I genuinely believe, and we'll see in 11 months' time, that what we'll see is the number of Tory MSPs in the Scottish Parliament having a major reduction, and we will see the Forum gaining MSPs. But I think if we add up the total of the Forum MSPs and Conservative MSPs after the next election, I don't think it will be any different to the 31 Conservative MSPs that were elected in 2021. So I think really the kind of voters that the Forum appeal to, and the kind of voters that Russell Finlay, the Scottish Labour leader, he's quite pathetic when he's trying to steal the Forum's cause. He should really just stick to his own policies, but he's trying to do the whole reform line as well. That probably appeals to about 25% of the Scottish electorate, not enough to win government in Scotland. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the numbers will stack up in 2026. But I would predict that the number of the Forum and Tory MSPs would be no greater than the number of MSPs that the Conservative Party hold at the moment.
Interesting, a slight sort of a displacement effect, perhaps.
Yeah,
well, I suppose we'll have
absolutely, because the Conservative Party members in the Scottish Parliament, they hold very few constituencies. It's mostly the list members that the Conservative Party have in the Scottish Parliament. So I think that what we'll see is a shift of Conservative MSPs mostly over to the Forum. However, we do have to acknowledge, though, that the Forum are pulling a number of new voters out, and there is a different reaction on the doorstep to the Forum.
And on these numbers, I mean, the SNP currently doesn't hold a majority in Holyrood, but on these numbers, it doesn't look like there's a nationalist majority in Holyrood. There could be some sort of coalition cobbled together, whether it's a full coalition or a confidence and supply arrangement, between the unionist parties in Scotland, and have the first unionist administration since 2007.
I think it would be unusual for the largest party not to form the government in Scotland. If you look back to 2007, the SNP only had 47 MSPs compared to Labour's 46. We won that election by one seat to be the largest party, and the way that we governed Scotland from 2007 2011 was through a minority government, and that was working with all the political parties in Holyrood. No, it was working with all the political parties. So there were some things that the Tories agreed with the SNP on. Some, so really it was a combination. It was a vote by vote basis, and the SNP had to reach out and get support from all parties across the chamber, and all parties had lent the SNP their support. However, what the SNP have to focus on is trying to win back those pro-independence voters, because independent support is separate from the SNP support. The latest opinion poll put independence at 54%, and also said if Nigel Farage became
Prime Minister, some of those independence voters are voting reform. Austin, we will rejoin you in just a moment's time, but let's turn now to my panel in the studio. I'm delighted to be joined by the leader of Reform UK in the London Assembly, Alex Wilson, the former Labour advisor, Scarlett Maguire, and the former Conservative MP, Tom Hunt. Scarlett, we're going to start with you. We were chatting a little bit before the show, and you were saying you were preparing all of your lines for what would happen had Labour done badly. But my goodness me, what a remarkable success.
No, it was a remarkable success. You read the Scottish papers where, you know, they know what's happening. There was no polling, which is interesting, actually. And basically they said it's the SNPs to lose, that they're being quite gracious about it, but clearly it was. and then Labour just take it. And I mean, she was the former MSP who died, was very, very popular.
Yeah.
She died, and quite often there'll be a massive vote for her party, which was obviously diminished. I mean, the other thing is that Labour has been struggling in Scotland, and actually this is going to turn it round. This is going to say that it's different. And the other thing that at some stage we should, the Reform attack, the Nigel Farage attack on Anna Sawar, was terrible. And whether, in Scotland they're just not having it is very interesting.
Before we move on, I want to ask, do you think the Labour Party would have won this by-election had the U-turn on the winter fuel payments not been announced 2 weeks ago? It seems the timing of that really did match up with the run-up to this election and people sort of paying attention to this election.
Well, certainly it came up on the doorstep.
Yeah.
As it did in the local elections, it came up on the doorstep over and over again. And of course, in Scotland, the winter fuel allowance, it's colder. The winter fuel allowance is much more important. So, yeah, I would think it did have... And it is what the MPs in Westminster, as you know, have been saying is... We've got to do something about this because we're just going to go on losing elections without changing it.
Interesting. Well, we're going to turn now to Alex Wilson because, Alex, it's a respectable performance, absolutely, just 800 votes shy of the SNP. But talking to Reform people yesterday, you were hoping to come second. And there is that sort of sense that third versus second is at least a sort of psychological, well, not really hit, but you could have done a bit better.
Well, it was an absolutely remarkable result in Scotland. It's only the second time that we've polled in any kind of by-election result above 26%. There was a council by-election a week or two ago where we got, I think, 26.3%. So this is clearly our second best result of any kind in Scotland. And it follows the ongoing growth and development of the party in Scotland. This is where Reform is so different from anything else that Nigel Farage has done before with UKIP. The highest opinion poll score that UKIP ever achieved in Scotland was 7%. Now, in the last couple of weeks, we've had two polls which have put us in second place for Westminster voting intention on 21%. So, yeah, we're in a completely different ballpark from where anything Nigel has done before, and this result backs that up. In council by-elections, we've been contesting about 3/4 of them in Scotland since the general election, and been getting some really strong results, 4 results over 20%, and then, backed up with this yesterday. And to come less than 1,500 votes short of winning a first-past-the-post constituency in Scotland, absolutely phenomenal. I know Richard Tice was up there yesterday. He was chuffed to bits. I was chuffed to bits watching it on the television late last night as the results came through. And I say it's part of a broader pattern of growth and development in Scotland that is really, really exciting. Looking forward to Holyrood next year. We are going to be kingmakers. If anyone will talk to us, who knows? I think the two established parties in Scotland have made clear their views on us, but they're going to have to.
You say you'd be kingmakers. Does that mean that the Reform Party would be willing to do some sort of deal with the SNP to keep the SNP in that Butte House administration off the back of Reform members?
That's not for me as a Londoner to comment on. Whatever happens in Scotland will be determined by our group that gets elected in Scotland. But certainly, looking at the numbers, and as on the previous exchange, you were saying vote share really, really matters. Because, yes, this was a constituency by-election, first past the post, that crooked voting system that we know keeps out, or is designed to keep out, insurgent parties like us. But with the top-up list element that we'll have with the full elections next year, we could be getting 20, 22, possibly more MSPs elected, a significant block, and certainly challenging Labour for second place.
That would be significant. However, what Austin Sheridan was saying earlier, the former SNP councillor, is that that's an effect of the Reform Party replacing the Scottish Conservative Party, that if you were to add up the Scottish Conservative Party and Reform vote together, perhaps it wouldn't be that different, a displacement effect rather than something new. What do you make of that challenge?
Well, as elsewhere in the country, we are attracting votes from people who voted for all other parties before. Yes, we are replacing the Conservative Party, and it's very, very clear part of our mission to do that. And that sort of realignment on the right of centre that started with the general election last year and has continued ever since, and looking at the national polling now. But we are also attracting voters from Labour, from the SNP and other parties, and it's all part of that growth because we are different, we are new, we're exciting. The coverage, the interest, the engagement is off the scale from anything we've seen before. And look, a week's a long time in politics. 4 years, a very long time in politics. Let's see where this rollercoaster goes. But certainly, I'd much rather be in the position that we're in this morning than any other party leader.
OK, let's put some of those points to Tom Hunt, because what Alex was saying there was that the Conservative Party is being replaced by Reform UK. And looking at these numbers, that doesn't look too wild of a claim.
Well, look, I mean, I'm not going to come on here and say that this is a resounding success for the Conservative Party, because it was, I would say it was a disappointing result. I would say, though, if you're looking at a parliamentary constituency or a Scottish parliamentary constituency or UK Westminster constituency, which was... we don't have a history of performing very well in that area. I think it's safe to say. As a unionist, I'm obviously I always would rather have unionist parties winning elections in Scotland than the SNP. I'd also say that, it was a surprise. We did all think, the SNP were going to win. All the media were saying the SNP were going to win. I woke up this morning thinking SNP are going to win, and they didn't. They fell by 16%, which is actually a greater fall than the Conservatives fell by. So we have one.
I like how you've been through your metrics this morning and decided to... No, that's an interesting one.
Bigger drop for SNP than it was for us. But look, this is not an area the Conservative Party has any history doing well in at all. Having said that, clearly there's bits about this result which are worrying for the Conservative Party. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't the case. But look, in terms of the Labour Party, do I think that this result, this by-election result, is representative of a recovery for the Labour Party? No, I don't. I think in terms of the point that you raised earlier on about winter fuel allowance, there's been absolutely no evidence in the national opinion polls that the change of that policy has had really any effect on the national polling.
But according to the national opinion polls and the Scottish opinion polls more widely, Labour was not expected to win this seat. They've outperformed the opinion polls. Could there be something happening on the ground that perhaps the opinion polls aren't picking up? Could that U-turn have actually started to affect the Labour vote share in a way that we haven't yet seen in the opinion polls?
But by-elections can be very, very peculiar. We'd obviously have to see more evidence to know whether that's the case. You would think, though, that if this was a game changer in terms of a policy, there would be some evidence of it in the national opinion polls. There isn't, from what I've seen in terms of the headline figures. I notice in the Labour, this was a seat which was, it was important for the Labour Party. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, my understanding is that his partner has a Westminster constituency in that same area.
Yes.
So clearly...
It overlaps with the Scottish Parliament.
So clearly, if I was him, I'd be wanting Labour to do well in that area, and I'd take it as... I'd be a bit worried if they came third, which at one point... But look, it is what it is. By-elections are weird, crazy things. I don't think anyone was expecting us to do anything other than... frankly, we could be much higher in the national opinion polls and still have done very badly in that particular constituency. We are where we are.
No, that's an interesting point, because, Scarlett, I suppose it looks, compared to the time that this seat was fought in 2021 in the Scottish Parliament, this looks like a big success for the Labour Party. But what if we compare this to just 10 months ago, when the area all voted for the Westminster constituencies, and Labour did very, very well in this area? So actually, it could still be a fall for Labour, even though that doesn't show up in the 2021 to 2025 statistics.
Yes, well, that's one way of looking at it, Tom. Actually, there's no secret that Labour has been doing badly in the polls, that actually the Labour victory last year has slightly melted away, which is why everybody expected the SNP to win the seat, frankly. And actually, what this shows is that as you say, the polls all got it wrong, the pundits got it wrong, and that whether how much was unionists saying, actually we're fed up with the SNP, how much was a turnaround about, because we don't know about the effect of the winter fuel and other things that Labour are doing. The point that, as we know, Macmillan, I think it was, said a week is a long time in politics. But, I mean, a year, I mean, we've got, you know, what happens between now and the next Holyrood elections, which 6 months ago we'd have said Anas would have walked, right?
Yeah.
Now...
And that's the Scottish Labour leader, Anas Sarwar.
Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader. Then it looked really, really tough for him. And once again, things are looking good. So actually, it is about what he and the Labour Party in Scotland, because that's the other thing, is that always the Scottish Labour is different from Westminster Labour, and always they have their own problems and their own things, and he is, I mean, he's always been against the winter fuel allowance.
And he did feature in this by-election. There were a number of online attack adverts put out by the Reform Party
Which there are complaints, serious complaints going into Meta about the fact that they were, because they were dreadful. Right.
Well, let's put this question to Alex Wilson, because the Reform Party did come under some pressure over these adverts and is standing by them. They were suggesting that Anas Sarwar was bringing a sort of sectarian attitude to Scottish politics.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the rough and tumble of politics, and a by-election in particular, where, you know, different parties attack each other. It's you know, the environment that we work in. But there are videos and clips of Anas Sarwar saying certain things that potentially have a sectarian tinge to them, and it's right that those are highlighted. But I'm not going to be lectured about racism from a party that... You know, there's only two parties that have ever been investigated and effectively found guilty by the EHRC for racism, the BNP and the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn, where, you know, anti-Semitism was institutionalised within that party. So we're not going to be lectured on racism by you know, a party that has had that finding in the past. Nigel's patriotism has always been about values, integration, attitudes, the rule of law, and never about the colour of your skin or the God that you worship. That's why we are a very inclusive party. Yeah, and in London in particular, you look at the range of candidates that we had in the London elections last year and in the general election last year. You know, we're a party for everyone that wants to play by the rules and get on in life. And, you know, the idea that we are somehow some kind of far-right racist party is for the birds.
Well, let's put that to Scarlett.
Well, I didn't accuse you of being far-right, but I do think that what you said about Anas Sarwar is, well, I mean, of course it's racist. It's because he is of Pakistani heritage. And you wouldn't dream of doing that about somebody else. And actually, there are complaints going into Facebook that they even allowed the ads to go. And actually, I think it probably backfired on you. I mean, I think that that's what's happening. And there is a problem with the party nationally, because you're having a row about the burqa at the moment. You know, the party that goes on about free speech is now going to start telling women how they're allowed to dress.
Well, that isn't party policy.
Well,
it's
you've just sacked your chair over it.
A debate has been started. A debate has been started, and you know, it's a debate that perhaps needs to be had. But it's certainly not at present party policy. We'll see where it leads. But no, party hasn't been sacked.
Are you a little bit trepidatious in saying that it's not party policy? Because the last person to say that very publicly was Zia Youssef, and as of about 12 hours ago, he's no longer the party chairman.
Yeah, I'm very, very upset to have lost Zia as party chairman, because the work that he's done over the last 11 months in getting the structure in place, getting the branches up and running, and getting us in a position to fight those council elections just a month ago, where we had more candidates nominated than any other party, whereas in 20...
It's starting to look a bit careless. I mean, you've lost Ben Habib, Rupert Lowe, Zia Youssef, some of the biggest names in the Reform Party in the space of the last few months have all either resigned, been kicked out, or question marks over their exit. I mean, it's starting to look a little bit difficult in terms of the management in the centre of the party.
I would disagree vehemently with that. I think, you know, we are on a mission, and everyone needs to either, you know, get on board or get out of the way. We've been building the branch, and it's not just about any one individual. The fact where the party now is compared to where it was 12 months ago, and this is a big part of what Zia had achieved in building that structure in the organisation, is that we have now 450-odd local branches which are selecting or will be selecting their candidates, running their local campaigns. That's why we did so well in those council elections.
You talk about all of the organisation that obviously, as chairman, Zia Youssef oversaw. Doesn't that just mean that it's such a loss to have now lost Zia Youssef and his sort of professional outlook on this.
It is a huge loss. And as Nigel said yesterday when he was interviewed by Martin on this channel, it is a huge loss to not have Zia anymore. And I feel very, very sorry about that. But the party moves on. We will have a new chairman. Don't know who it will be yet, but we will have a new chairman. We will get back on with the task because we have a mission to save our country, and that's more important than any one individual.
OK, let's put that to Tom Hunt, because the Tories last night had taken to issuing... I actually can't count the number of press releases I received from various press officers in the Conservative Party. They seemed incredibly delighted at the infighting in Reform.
Well, look, I mean, I don't know what's happened there. I don't know the personalities in Reform. I was a bit surprised to see there seemed to be something about yesterday, because obviously we had Trump and Musk, that all blew up as well. So I don't know what's been going on there. I mean, clearly we had the Rupert Lowe situation as well. So I don't really know. I mean, I think ultimately the Conservative Party need to be focusing on themselves and their own recovery and trying to reconnect with the lost voters. That should be their focus. In terms of the what's gone on with the row about those adverts, I'm not familiar with all of those adverts. I mean, I do know that the Labour leader in Scotland has made comments before saying there's sort of too many white people in senior roles in Scotland, which I thought was identity politics of the worst kind, and I don't think there's any place for that sort of thing. That kind of anti-white, borderline anti-white racism, I think there's a lot of fatigue of that, actually. So I'm and in terms of the burqa debate, I think that's a very legitimate debate to have. I don't think it's appropriate, personally, for... I think it's saying that it's a woman's choice. Well, actually, often women would be pressured by men to cover their face up. So I actually don't think it's a pro-women thing. And actually, I'm pro-integration, and I think it's very hard to be pro-integration when you've got people who have decided to shut themselves off from society. So I think that's a legitimate debate to have. I've got no problem with that. But look, the Conservative Party has got a massive job to do. Significant numbers of voters who have voted Conservative their entire life have never even thought about voting for another party, have voted for another party. So we have to dedicate ourselves to reconnecting with those voters, being their voice and being their champion of those key issues. And, of course, central to that is immigration.
And yet barely 6% of the voters in this particular by-election bought into those arguments that you're putting across. And looking at the polls, I mean, sometimes the Conservative Party has slipped into 4th place nationally. 3rd and 4th place in the polls, behind Labour, behind the Reform Party, in at least 2 polls behind the Liberal Democrats as well. The voters aren't listening to you.
Well, I think immigration is probably the dominant issue of our time. I think people are seeing how it's connecting in with other issues. I think that, when I was a Member of Parliament, myself and other colleagues would be repeatedly making the point time and time again. We said, over a number of years, we said, unless we take radical action to address our voters' concerns on immigration and small boats, we will create a vacuum, and it will be filled by a vehicle led by Nigel Farage. We said that, we predicted that. That is now happening. Why? Because we didn't take radical action to stop the boats, and we didn't address voters' concerns on immigration. So that now needs to be the priority to the Conservative Party. They need to dedicate themselves to that. It's a mission of the greatest order, and if they want to survive, that's what they have to do.
OK, well, let's pause this conversation now and jump straight back to Hamilton, where Christopher Hope, our political editor, can join us now. And, Chris, let's zoom in on that Reform vote, because Richard Tice, the Deputy Leader, has said this is a massive boost for the Reform Party.
Well, it really is. On any measure here, they were 12th at the Hamilton by the election here in 2001 with just 58 votes, Tom. Now they're 3rd on 7,088. That is extraordinary. Look at these numbers, as I'm sure you've done as well. It looks like this idea of what they call shy reformers is coming true. So Labour down just 2% compared to 2021, SNP down 17%, Tories Reform up by 26%, Tories down by 11%. It seems that both people are leaving the SNP and the Tories and going towards Reform. But don't forget, the turnout was quite high for a by-election, 44%, but fewer than half the people here voted in this by-election. But back in the day, I remember vividly following Alex Salmond around Scotland ahead of the 2014 Indy referendum. And back then, he had constructed a coalition of interests from the left and the right. He was quite a kind of right-wing, if you like that term, independence campaigner. It looks like people who may have voted with SNP then and the Tories, they're going towards Reform UK. And that is a bit discombobulating for the main parties. But you can look at these numbers. Reform are breathing on the necks of the two main parties. Now, Richard Tice, the Reform Party chairman, he's on his way. He's leaving Scotland this morning. We can't speak to him today. But last night, my colleague, Tony Maguire, did grab him for a few words at the count. And here's what he told us.
But we've outperformed everybody's expectations. We've run a brilliant campaign. We've had a great candidate. Yeah, we're thrilled to bits. And I suspect the other two main parties will be reflecting, goodness me, what have we got wrong that someone could come from nowhere with limited resources and achieve such an outstanding result.
That's right. Reform UK, I think, is definitely now no longer the English Nationalist Party. That's certainly what it appeared as recently as the last general election in July last year, when Nigel Farage didn't campaign a single day in Scotland. Well, they are campaigning here. Yes, limited resources, as Richard Tice said, and worth noting, looking at that, 200 activists bussed in by Labour to get the vote out. They have a huge institutional memory in Scotland. When I used to work up here, frankly, in the last century for newspapers in Scotland, you would weigh the vote, the Scottish Labour vote, you wouldn't count it. Well, that's all changed with the arrival of the SNP, but Labour got organised. Maybe Reform might in the future, but not just yet.
No, that is a significant moment, of course, because the Labour Party is looking to take back the seat of governance in Scotland, to reclaim Bute House from the SNP, which has been in power in Scotland, which will have been in power for almost 20 years next year. Is that looking now more possible for the Labour Party?
It really is. There is real disaffection here, I think, with the SNP over those years. The optimism that predates the 2014 independence referendum, that has gone away. There's been people here who I've been meeting last night feel let down by the education system, by the way that the various choices made in the devolved areas, health and transport are the other two main ones here in Scotland. And also they have put up taxes for those better off, and it's quite a complicated tax system here. It's not going very well. It just shows, I think, how politics can move at different paces. I mean, this is a complete, brilliant win, really, for the Labour Party. It's not what Sir Keir Starmer would have been expecting, I doubt. Many polls have forecast a hold for the SNP. Sir Keir Starmer didn't campaign here. It's a battle fought on local issues. I was outside the Labour Party shop, so behind the camera here in Hamilton Town Centre. I was struck by the fact Labour weren't really mentioned at all on the fascia. In fact, it was more of a kind of purple colour than red. So it's intriguing how Labour is being sold to Scots differently internationally.
Very, very interesting indeed, Chris. And perhaps Labour winning because Keir Starmer stayed away rather than despite it. But we'll be back with you a little bit later in the programme, live from Hamilton. Thanks indeed for joining us, Chris Hope. Let's go a little bit up the road now to Glasgow, where I'm again joined by the former SNP councillor, Austin Sheridan. And Austin, I want to put that to you, actually, that idea that the Labour Party is being able to be distinctive in this by-election, that they were able to differentiate themselves sufficiently from the wider UK party, and perhaps that played a part in the victory, and that gives us a little clue, perhaps, in terms of the wider Scottish elections in 11 months' time.
Well, I don't think they had a lot of choice but to try and distance themselves from the UK Labour Party, because I watched a kind of car crash of an interview with our candidate, and that they had, they were talking about the winter fuel allowance and talking about, you know, the impact in that constituency, and it was really uncomfortable for Scottish Labour. So absolutely, Keir Starmer staying away from the constituency, I would say, would have helped the cause of Labour in that seat, because certainly on the doorsteps there's a lot of discontent with the Labour government. But certainly what was interesting there, talking about the effort on the day, get out the vote. is one of the biggest things that any party can do, especially when they're in a difficult spot. Now, there's no secret that the SNP, you know, in the past year has kind of managed to turn around. You know, we're still on our way to recovery, but things were very difficult for the SNP. So get out the vote on the day is always extremely important. But another thing as well is I was listening to Tom Hunt, and I can't let this go unchecked. In 2017, the Westminster equivalent, the Scottish Conservatives, got 15,000 votes in that constituency, and also they have regional MSPs that are elected. So to say there isn't any track record of the Tories in that constituency is just completely untrue. So I would suggest some research beforehand, because the Tories have lost a massive amount of support, and it seems to have a big chunk of that has clearly gone to Reform.
Do you think that that's an almost one-to-one relationship, with the Tory vote decreasing, the Reform vote increasing, or is there something different going on with the Reform Party? Because we do hear about people who didn't vote in the last election coming back into politics, voting for Reform. Do you sense that there's an effect of that too?
Yeah, there is something different going on. When you scratch the surface of what Reform were actually offering people, like Hamilton Lap Consular House, there wasn't very much in the way. I mean, they don't even have any Scottish-specific policies. I'll be interested if Andrew, your panellists, can tell me any if there are. But when questioned on what are your views and what's your policies in devolved areas, they couldn't answer any of those questions, which makes it all the more astonishing that Reform managed to gain so many votes. Because a big part of it, I think, is to send a message to the major parties, to send a message to the SNP and to Labour and to the Tories. If Tories aren't getting the message, then I don't know if any other party would. But yeah, it's to send a message to say that we're fed up of the bluster. We're fed up of people promising things and not delivering. So I think that there is a massive discontent vote there, a new vote potentially that is that the Reform voters are getting. People were motivated to go out and vote Reform, whereas people weren't very motivated to go out and vote SNP or even the Labour Party, because even based on the 2021 results, the Labour Party actually had a decrease of 2% in their vote when they came second place compared to this vote. So certainly wasn't an overwhelming victory for the Labour Party, and there's certainly messages that all the major parties have to take away from it.
No, certainly. It does seem like this is a story of many parts. One part that we perhaps haven't touched on as much as we should have done is the reason for this by-election in the first place, the sad death of Christina McKelvey, who was, by all accounts, a very popular local member of the Scottish Parliament. She'd been a minister, held a number of portfolios, sadly died of breast cancer. But I wonder, given her popularity, by all accounts across the board, would you not have expected some of that to have bled through into the SNP vote this time? Given that sort of warm feeling towards the departing member, shouldn't the SNP have done better?
I mean, there's no doubt about it, that some of the votes SNP would have gained in the by-election would have been as a direct result of the actions of Christina. She was I knew her personally for 18 years since I joined the SNP in 2008. So, no, there is no doubt about it. That her record would have attracted votes to the SNP. But it's quite interesting when you look at this by-election. There's been less focus on the local candidates, and it's been very much a by-election that's been run between the party leaders. When it's actually came to debating the issues, very interestingly, STV held a televised debate for all the by-election candidates, and the only two candidates that were brave enough to turn up were the SNP candidate and the Reform candidate. The Labour candidate was kind of missing. He was missing in action, not just for TV debates, but even local debates. He was avoiding as well, because it seemed to be a by-election that was being led by the party leaders rather than the local candidates. And from a democracy point of view, I'm not sure how healthy that is. I think really when it comes to a constituency member of Parliament or a member of the Scottish Parliament, there should be emphasis on who the local representative is. And I believe that this by-election was completely overshadowed by the national leaders.
Really interesting points there, Austin. Thanks for being with us. I'm going to put some of those to our panel in the studio now. Austin Sheridan, former SNP councillor there. Scarlett Maguire, what do you make of that challenge, that the Labour candidate was invisible during this campaign, refused to do the televised debates, sort of stayed out of the limelight? Has he won despite his sort of personal involvement in the campaign?
No. I mean, I think what he was doing was he was working on the ground, and that's why Labour won, was because everybody talks about the air war, going on the media, doing all of that. But actually, what's also important is actually going out to voters. And that's what he was doing day after day after day. And they had lots of people going out to voters, talking to voters. I mean, I think that's what's so brilliant about by-elections, is that actually people finally can talk to the candidates, can talk to everybody, can find out what's going on. And I don't think it was about national. I mean, I think it was, what do people want? And I think that was very, very important for him.
And yet he didn't do that debate on STV. The debate for this by-election ended up just being the SNP versus Reform. Was that because he was worried he would lose the debate? Why would you turn down the opportunity to debate your opponents?
I have to say that it was equally true during the general election that that Number 10 often believes that candidates are better not talking to the media. Right?
What does that say about the quality of our candidates?
No. It's not about. Well, it's also about the media, right? That actually that they concentrate on the ground war. They concentrate on getting out to the voter one-to-one.
Interesting. Well, Tom Hunt, a challenge was put to you there by Austin, saying that there was a Tory vote in this area, in the wider area, in the general election. 13,000 Tory votes existed, and that reduced last night to 1,621.
Well, I think it was a 12% drop, and SNP had a 16% drop, so there was another party that dropped by more than we did. But what I'd say, I'd just cover a couple of points that had just been discussed, you know. I mean, I did see one particular clip of Labour, the new Labour MSP being interviewed. It was particularly bad. I mean, it was very bad.
This was over the winter fuel allowance. He couldn't answer.
It wasn't great.
Whether he agreed with the initial decision. He just sort of wanted to talk about it in the past tense.
I mean, there's like saying, like, you know, he was really focused on talking to people on the doorstep. I mean, there's just like really mediocre interviews, and frankly, for an MSP, you should do better than that. So, frankly, the first thing I'd do if I was like a Labour whip would be to get him some media training, because, you know, he's not a councillor anymore, he's an MSP. I mean, obviously, he probably had a speech written for him at the count as well. But what is interesting is I think there is a consensus here that this particular by-election result was about local issues, local factors, and is not representative of a sort of wider recovery for Keir Starmer. It is not. There's a lot of peculiar factors on the ground. The fact that there was this sort of SNP vote linked to this popular who very sadly passed away. She seemed to have a personal vote that disappeared. It didn't go to a new candidate. Lots of factors at work. But certainly, you know, if I was the Prime Minister looking at this result, I think it'd be very unwise for him to look at this and think, oh, you know, this is part of some big recovery. I don't think it is. And actually, interestingly, Scarlett made that point herself, that this is very much about Scottish Labour. There's a limited amount we can take from it at a kind of a national level.
Well, if I was you, I'd be so worried. I mean, the Scottish Conservatives, who used to be rather good, have now. I mean,
we've got no track record. We've got no track record of doing well in that seat.
Well, 13,000 votes, a close third place last time round.
For third place, you know, it's not. I think that's probably the high watermark of our performance in that. It's the third place isn't great. Like, it's not.
No, but yeah. I think considering what we expected. I mean, I do think that things have turned around. I mean, everybody expected Labour to come second, and Reform, who now say how well they did, were thinking, well, we're going to be in first or second place. There was a question about whether Reform would actually beat Labour and how close they'd get to the SNPs. So I do think that this is, I mean, and certainly for Scotland, which is incredibly important, this is the beginning of turning it around, but it might be also turning it around for Britain. But I think the real thing is it shows we just cannot take the polls for granted.
That's an interesting point, and I want to put to Alex Wilson, leader of the Reform Party in the London Assembly, this curious point that lots of Reform people were saying, we're going to come second, and you came third.
Well, we very nearly did come second, but nobody was taking anything for granted. We thought there was a chance we could do it, and the fact that we were only 15 or less than 1,500 votes from actually coming first, very close between the top three parties, I think still speaks absolute volumes for what a remarkable success it was. We're now very much in an era of three-party politics in Scotland, and when we get to those elections next year for Holyrood, it's going to be massive. But you can look at the changes compared to when the constituency, this constituency was last elected at the previous Holyrood election in 2021, and Conservatives are down, Labour are down, even by holding this, but the SNP obviously down by more. Labour down 2%, SNP down 17%, Conservatives down 11.5%. If you look at it compared to how, I mean, it's difficult to make a direct comparison against the general election because the boundaries are different, but a bit of modelling and so on. In Labour are down, on my figures, by about 16% compared to last year. So last year, Labour had a phenomenally successful general election in Scotland. And the fact that, a year on from that, they're still noticeably down from that. OK, they've won this constituency, and congratulations to them for doing so, but it's not an emphatic victory for them in the same way that you would have expected if they were still polling strongly and if the wheels hadn't come off the Starmer government, which they very much have. And it took 9 years for the wheels to come off Blair. It took 9 months for the wheels to come off Starmer. That's where we are.
It's a fair point. There has clearly been a drop in the vote compared to the general election last year.
And compared to both the general election and the previous Scottish election, there's only one party that's up considerably on both those comparisons, and it's Reform.
But you're saying that the Reform Party has arrived in Scotland today. Austin Sheridan in Glasgow was saying he can't name a single Scotland-specific Reform Party policy. I don't think there is a Reform Scottish Party leader even, whereas, of course, there's a Scottish Party leader for the SNP, for the Labour Party, for the Lib Dems, for the Tories, for the Greens. There's not yet for the Reform Party. I mean, there's still a lot of growing up to do.
No, absolutely. And at the present, we obviously don't have any MSPs, therefore we don't have a parliamentary group in Scotland, and therefore there's nobody to be yet that obvious figurehead. But that will come. When we get people elected, and we'll get a significant group of MSPs elected, and one of them will be a fantastic leader in the Scottish Parliament.
Will Nigel Farage be able to live with another leader within Reform UK? The Tories have been throwing out all of these accusations that he's a party leader who just can't abide anyone else in the spotlight.
Well, again, not going to take lectures from the Conservatives. Since 2022, they've had 7 party chairmen. That's one every 5 months. So for the Conservatives to be throwing accusations as that we can't keep a team together, well, look in the mirror.
OK, let's throw that to Tom Hunt.
Well, look, I mean, this was it wasn't a great, clearly I haven't come in here thinking, oh God, I'm really bored up by this. But it's told us nothing we didn't already know, in a sense. The Conservative, we've just had some local election results which were, a significant setback for us. We know we've got a huge amount of work to do to recover. And this result confirms that.
I wanted to get your thoughts on the Reform versus Conservative battle. Because speaking to a lot of people in Reform, they do talk about this displacement, this idea that they can replace the Conservative Party, push the Conservative Party out of the frame altogether. Looking at the national polls, there's some evidence that for every point gained by Reform is a point lost by the Conservatives. That's +2 in a head-to-head fight.
I mean, I think we had a poll yesterday which showed a sort of slight recovery in the Conservative vote.
That's
I think
true.
the gap was about 7 points or something like that. So, I mean, and there's a long way to go until the next general election. It's potentially up to 4 years. I mean, that's a huge amount of water to go under a bridge, particularly in current politics. It's incredibly volatile. We just do not know what the situation is going to be like then. But look, we have got a... the problem is, and it goes back to what I said earlier on, is for a lot of people who are Conservative voters, many small C Conservative voters, they voted Conservative because they thought they were getting a Conservative party. A lot of them have come to the conclusion that isn't the case. They feel, particularly in immigration, they feel that there was a betrayal. And to some extent, I sympathise with that. I've seen communities, town centres, seriously adversely affected by the consequences of mass migration, which, by the way, nobody voted for. So that, the road to recovery for the Conservative Party is to be seen as the authentic voice to speak out and champion those issues. And that is what the Conservative Party should dedicate itself towards. So that is a route back to recovery.
OK, Scarlett Maguire, I want to get into this idea that the Labour Party has, of course, lost votes compared to 2024, despite winning this by-election. Anyone who was thinking about voting reform yesterday could have done a quick Google on what was going on in the Reform Party. And they will have seen an internal battle over whether or not the burqa should be banned, or I think the party policy is now to have a debate over whether or not they should ban the burqa, which seems a bit Kemi Badenoch. And then anyone who Googled a little bit later in the day, before going out to vote after work or whatever, would have seen the Reform Party chairman sensationally resigned on the day of a really important election. I put it to you that maybe 800-ish or 1,500-ish Reform voters could have been thinking, am I really going to vote for this shower? I mean, that could have been the difference between Labour winning and losing.
Tom, honestly, the number of people in this tiny constituency in Scotland who would know exactly what was happening within the Reform Party. I mean, it's... Anybody, you've done Vox Pops, I've done Vox Pops, we've all sat in focus groups. I mean, what people know about day-to-day politics is so little that I should think that while I certainly knew what was going on because I see the websites all the time, I think most people didn't. I think that it was about, I mean, I think they voted Labour because actually they voted Labour. It's not that they thought, oh well, we won't vote for reform. I think it's really, really important that and I think Labour is actually recovering. I think they're talking about child poverty, they're talking about the values that matter to Labour more and more and more. And I think that's what you're going to see.
It almost feels like a different party today compared to 9 months ago. 9 months ago, the Labour Party seemed like it was a fiscally conservative party. Now it's seeming like it's a splash the cash party. I think it might be dizzying and confusing for some people. But we must get back to Alex Wilson, because, Alex, to lose your party chairman, the guy who's supposed to be organising the structure within the party, organising elections, on the day of a really important by-election for your party. I mean, that's not just careless, that's, I don't know what metaphor to draw.
I've already said I'm deeply saddened by Zir's departure because, as you say, he had played such an important role getting the structures, getting the campaigning, all the training and the skilling up our candidates, our volunteers, our branch chairs. He's played an enormous role in that, and he will be very, very sorely missed. But we will have a new chairman, we will continue to grow the structure, we will continue to select candidates, we'll continue to fight in council by-elections up and down the country. We've had a huge step change in just the levels of contesting these elections in the first place. You have to be on the ballot in order to even think about winning votes and winning elections, and that's something that has transformed over the last probably over the last sort of 6 to 9 months rather than just the last 12 months. And very, very grateful for the role that Zir has played in that. As I said, deeply saddened by his departure, but other parties have reshuffles. It's not just unique to us.
Right, OK, well, Alex Wilson, thanks indeed for joining us. And thanks indeed to the rest of my panel too, to Scarlett Maguire and to Tom Hunt, as well as to Austin Sheridan and Christopher Hope up there in Scotland for us. What a remarkable day it is turning out to be. Scottish politics could be turning on its head, but don't move a muscle. Up next, it's Eamon and Anne for breakfast.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. That's State of the Nation every Monday and Tuesday at 8 o'clock, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Sighs of relief in Downing Street as Labour pulls off an unexpected by-election victory in Hamilton.
Yeah, Scotland Labour's Davy Russell narrowly beats the SNP and Reform UK by a combined total of just over 2,000 votes.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here.
We should tell you that Reform are on the government's heels, asking, is this a sign of a bigger threat to historically safe SNP and Labour seats?
I expect the other two main parties will be reflecting, goodness me, what have we got wrong that someone could come from nowhere with limited resources and achieve such an outstanding result.
Dawn is breaking here in Hamilton, where Labour have won the by-election. The SNP close behind, but behind them, breathing down their necks, is Reform UK. And a Conservative Party, they're nowhere.
The bromance is over, or at least that's the way it looks. Elon Musk and Donald Trump throw punches as a breakdown in relations plays out for the world to see.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, but I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Another Reform casualty. Party Chairman Zia Yusuf quits after that row over whether to ban the burqa.
81 years today since D-Day. GB News remembers those who laid down their lives to secure our freedoms.
Here in Normandy and all around the world today, we remember the remarkable sacrifice of the Allied troops as we mark 81 years since D-Day.
Now, have a look at this. You may or may not have seen this, a clip of two British women fighting in the streets. They're on holiday, they're in Tenerife. We're debating whether British people are the worst sort of tourists there are.
The showery June weather continues during the next couple of days, but there will be some bright spells in between the downpours. Find out the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
And just for a change on this Friday morning, with a time 2 minutes past 6 o'clock, I'm Eamon Holmes.
Yeah.
You're going to speak there before I even announce to people who would say, who is he? What's he doing
They
there?
already know who you are, Megan. And I'm on Diamond. But this is GB News Breakfast.
Now we've got a lovely panel waiting, ready to go, all because Labour have triumphed ahead of the SNP and Reform in the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse by-election. Upon being announced the winner, Davy Russell wasted no time in taking aim at Nigel Farage's party.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of Reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here. Reform have no real answers to the issues we face, and they can't beat the SNP here or replace them across Scotland. And for Ross, can you see me now?
Yes, that was quite a go, wasn't it? That's after Reform UK finished third and just 1,400 seats behind Labour. Deputy leader Richard Tice shrugged off the loss. Well, he had to, didn't he? Painting it as really quite a win.
But we've outperformed everybody's expectations. We've run a brilliant campaign. We've had a great candidate. Yeah, we're thrilled to bits. And I suspect the other two main parties will be reflecting, goodness me, what have we got wrong that someone could come from nowhere with limited resources and achieve such an outstanding result.
Summing up the politics of all of this, Christopher Hope for us, our political editor, live from Hamilton. Christopher, good morning. How's it feeling?
Morning, Eamon. Morning, Anne. That's right, dawn is breaking here in Hamilton, and we're just trying to digest that result from last night. Surprising in several ways. The first way is that Labour won. Frankly, the party's having a very difficult first 11 months in power in Westminster, but they have won this by-election, the first by-election in the Scottish Parliament since 2019. That majority there, I mean, that was unexpected by around 600 or so votes over the SNP, they're shortly behind. But look at the Reform UK vote. When this seat was last contested in 2021, Reform UK had 58 votes. 58 votes. They were 12th amongst the parties contesting the seat. Now they're third with 7,088. That is extraordinary. That is a huge boost. Look at the numbers. It looks like the Reform have picked up votes from both the Tories. We get that. They're down around 11% on last time. But also the SNP, 16% down. That, to me, shows that these so-called shy reformers, people who don't want to admit they're reformers but just don't like the Tories much, but like the idea of what Reform are offering, they are going to them from the SNP, surprisingly. And this is really interesting for next year. It now looks like Labour could be on course to take back control of Scotland, but also on forecasting I'm getting from inside the Reform UK party, they could be left with mid-20s MSPs. That is amazing, given this party didn't even campaign in Scotland at the last general election. The leader was barely here, or never here.
Hey, Chris, thanks very much indeed, because here in the studio now we've got an esteemed panel. Let's go straight away to the leader of Reform UK in the London Assembly, Alex Wilson. We've also got Scarlett Maguire, as you know, if you've just been watching the last few minutes, and former Conservative MP for Ipswich, Tom Hunt. But Alex, first, was it a good or bad night for Reform UK? Because I don't think you did as well as you'd hoped.
It was a fantastic result, 26.1% vote share. We've only once ever got a higher vote share than that in any kind of election in Scotland, which was a council by-election a week or two ago where we got 26.3%. So this is our best ever result in Scotland. It's part of a wider growth and development of the party in Scotland. Opinion polling showing, the last two opinion polls for Westminster voting intention put us in second place on 21%. So we're polling ahead of even that, which is remarkable in itself. We've been contesting council by-elections, getting some really good scores, over 20% in some of those. But no, this is phenomenal. To come within 1,500 votes of taking this constituency, it's very close between all three parties, but we now are very much in an era where there is genuine three-party politics in Scotland, and Reform is definitely in the mix as one of those parties. We roll forwards to the Holyrood elections in just under a year's time, and well, as Chris just said on the tape, there will be a sizable chunk of Reform MSPs elected this time next year, and we will be kingmakers.
Scarlett, there's you Labour stalwart, Labour supporter, Labour advisor, and you're here today, and you've won, and we should all be sitting lauding you and telling you what a brilliant win this is.
But you won't.
But everybody's just talking about reform. Reform, and the credit should be going to you guys, but you see what I mean? The sort of tinge is gone to Reform.
Yeah, but actually, it's a great win. We were not expected to win. No. Everybody, all the Scottish papers said, and the Scottish politicians who knew what they were talking about said it was for the SNP to lose. So it's really, really good. And they were saying, that Labour is becoming a spent force, that all of that. And actually, I think it was great. I think Labour turned it around. They won the seat, and they showed that for the Holyrood elections next year, they will do really, really well. And that Anna Sawai is a really good leader. And, it was a dirty election. There are complaints going into Facebook about the sort of things that were being said about Anwar by Reform. And actually, basically, the Scottish people in Hamilton said no. We're going to have Labour. We're going to have Anwar. I think it was a really, really good result.
Tom, your thoughts? Because, again, it's the narrative doesn't include the Conservatives here, does it? We're just not talking about you.
Well, I don't think this isn't a seat where the Conservative Party had a history of doing well at all. And actually, interestingly, the SNP vote fell by more than the Conservative vote. But look, this result doesn't tell us anything we didn't already know. We've just had some local election results that are very challenging for the Conservative Party. We know that if the Conservative Party is going to be in contention at future elections, it needs to make some significant recovery with voters it's lost. So, but in terms of the Labour Party, it was a surprise to see Labour winning. I think most of the media yesterday was predicting it would be an SNP victory. I think this is a Scottish Labour Party, victory. I think that there's various local factors at work. Certainly, I think there's a limit in terms of what we can take from this result in terms of national level, what it means to Keir Starmer, etc. This is a Labour Party that within 9 or 10 months has any honeymoon it had is completely squandered, and I think that the Labour Party, I wouldn't be feeling overly good about this result if I was them.
Well, that's interesting because, Alex, Reform have had a few problems in the last 24, 48 hours, haven't they? And yet that didn't seem to scar your vote particularly. It might next time, though.
Politics is never dull, is it? And that's why we're all engaged in it and involved.
Well, no, and interestingly, Nigel Farage has said politics is really tough, and I think we saw that, didn't we?
It is. Politics is a tough business to be involved in, and Tom, as a former MP, you'll know that better than most. And what Zia has done over the last 11 months has been phenomenal for the party, getting the branch structure organised, getting us in a position where we were able to fight those council elections just a month or so ago, where we actually had more candidates nominated than any other party, so which is really... You're not going to win anything if you're not even on the ballot paper. 12 months prior to that, the 2024 local elections, Reform only contested about 12% of the seats that were available in those council elections. So to move forward from 12% of seats being contested to 99.3 or whatever it was, very close to a full slate, that in itself was a huge achievement. And then obviously the organisation of the campaign itself, the tour that Nigel was doing up and down the country. And one day I think he visited 5 different counties. The energy, the work rate.
He said he could only do that sort of campaigning because of Zia in the chair.
Yes, because the team that Zia was leading in head office, making sure that the nuts and bolts were in place. And it's a huge loss for us. and nobody is hiding from that.
Who's your money on to replace him?
I have no idea. We will have a new chairman. There will be an excellent new chairman, and the organisation will keep rolling forwards because we have a mission to save the country. That's more important than any one individual. There's lots of people involved in the party now. You see, our membership has absolutely skyrocketed over the last, over the last sort of 9 months, let alone the last 12 months. And building the local structure is so important to get that campaigning on the ground, because that's something we didn't have in the general election.
Yeah. Do you think a chairman of a party needs to be a politician, a parliamentarian? To understand how tough politics is?
No, not necessarily. Other parties have obviously they have more MPs to choose from, then it's a lot easier to choose.
Not necessarily an MP, but maybe a former MP or a member of the House of Lords, somebody who really understands how tough politics is. Because this seems to be the underlying message from Zier's resignation, is that he'd had enough. I just wonder what the others think. Do you think, Scarlett, a chair of a party should be somebody who absolutely has been there and done it, had to run for their own seat, maybe suffered humiliating losses, understands how tough it is?
But I think it wasn't that it was too tough for Zier. It was that actually he just thought this is a waste of time. I'm saying something, that I don't think that we should be discussing the burqa. You've got MPs...
It wasn't just about the burqa, was it?
That was clearly
last straw.
It was the last straw. It was the last straw. But what he said is I'm not going to spend my time working for reform. He said, putting reform into government is not how I want to spend my time. I think that's pretty
not
cutting.
What he said a few days ago. He said he wanted to see Nigel Farage as the next step.
Well, I know, and then he left. And I think it's pretty cutting that somebody who Alex has said all for the last hour and a half. He said not a word against Zier. He said how good he is. I mean, because he's an organiser. He went in and he organised, and also he's the guy who is supposed to be doing the Doge stuff, has also resigned with him, right? I mean, so
it's a loss, isn't it?
I mean, this.
Before we run out of time, there, Scarlett, Tom, what do you think? Just on that same question.
So I think it's I think we do want people involved in politics who have been in business, been successful in business. I think they can bring fresh thinking. But at the same time, there are examples of people who come into politics and it doesn't work. I mean, we've just seen Elon Musk in the States, who's probably a big businessman, used to things working a certain way, and they get frustrated by the way the government works. So I don't think there is I think you want a mixture of people, but politics is unique. It does come with unique challenges. People management, people skills is crucial.
I don't know why you do it. I don't know why you want to do it.
Well, I think that's a legitimate question. But, I think, though, for the Conservative Party, if we want to get back into contention in a serious way, there's no easy shortcut to that. And we have to focus on ourselves primarily to get back into that position. I don't know what's happened here. I don't know the personalities. I've never met Zier Youssef. But look, ultimately, if we want to reconnect with those lost voters, we have to get credibility back, and no more so than an issue like immigration.
Right, well, I suppose we better leave it there for the moment, because there's an awful lot more to talk about. And we'll get ready to talk about that, because what the heck has happened in the States, for instance, at the moment? Right now, they're the really contentious issue, because I was trying to do some gardening yesterday, and it would not stop raining.
But you've got a nice tan. Is that a gardening tan?
No, it's a cypress tan. Or rust, it could be, from yesterday. But it was just horrendous trying to time. I kept looking at the forecast for my particular village, which didn't really make much sense. And it said rain will stop in 15 minutes. And it's exactly when it really got torrential. I was dashing in and out all the time. So should we find out about the weather?
Let's do that. Here's Aidan McGivern.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea by mid-morning. Many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and into the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that'll keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, up next on the programme this morning, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have had a falling out.
Big time.
This is GB News Breakfast. Eamon and
Anne. This is our country, and we think it's amazing. From high tea to the high street, we love it all. Even the rain, we like that too. There's nowhere else we'd rather be. That's why we're here to be the fearless champion of Britain, its voices and its values. Because we are GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
please bring us up to date.
Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes. Thank you for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Tell you something else about today?
What?
It is the 6th of June.
Oh, D-Day,
it's D-Day,
the 6th of June.
Yeah.
You see, always in my vocabulary, if you ever say the 6th of June...
That's what it means to me,
D-Day.
yeah.
And there's a lot of people just wouldn't know that. I suppose I know it so well through the amount of films that were made, you know, called 6th of June.
But it's also because that we were a generation removed from that, But, you know, it's our mums and dads were very, very aware of D-Day, if not having their... Actually, if there's anyone watching at the moment who's got a family link to anyone who actually was serving on D-Day and was part of what D-Day was all about, love to hear your story. I love to hear the stories.
My Uncle Tommy Bell, he got a BEM, which is, you know, right down there. Somebody like me, I've got an OBE, which is right up there. He had a BEM, and you know what he did?
British Empire Medal.
Yeah, he diffused limpet mines that magnetically stuck on the side of ships, and he had to wear the deep sea diver gear, and he would go down and take those off the side of ships. What about that for a job?
Real courage?
Yeah, because there's every chance that would go wrong, isn't there?
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll be talking about D-Day, and we'll be commemorating...
Lovely big spread in the Express. They have decided, you know, there's so much modern politics to talk about, but the Express has gone for let's not forget, and I sort of get where they're coming from. It's a really important thing. So that's something we'll be talking about later on, because we are on the we're in Normandy. A bit later on in the programme, we'll be going live there.
Well, there's also war between the American president and the tech billionaire Elon Musk. So they're throwing punches on social media and in the White House, and what's been described as an epic fallout.
I mean, lots of people predicted it, but it's getting really nasty because Elon Musk has now claimed on X that Donald Trump is named in the Epstein files. Of course, we don't know in what context, but I mean, there are even photographs of Elon Musk with Epstein. So, I mean, everybody in America who was anyone mixed with Epstein at some point. So Musk has also called for the president to be impeached.
2 weeks ago, in this very studio, sitting in that very seat, we had Elon Musk's father, and this is what he had to say then about the relationship between his son and the president. Your son is different. Elon he's different. I'll put it like that. Donald Trump's different. They're huge characters, both of them.
Yeah.
How would you sum them up? Do they get on together?
Oh yes, of course. They're different. They're different generation to start with. So, from Elon's point of view, it's Mr. Trump, and from Trump's point of view, it's Elon. So that's the situation, and Elon's a respectful guy. So the relationship there is exquisitely good, wonderful. I've just been there, and last month, April. No, it's very, very good, very, very good.
Gosh, if that's exquisitely good, you wouldn't believe the last 24 hours. I mean, they've said all sorts of awful things about each other.
If it's good, it wasn't that good. But we all know, let's go to Eric Ham, political analyst in the US of A this morning, to get his take on things. And I suppose, Eric, the thing is, Trump, we know, would start a fight in an empty room. Is Musk of similar disposition?
Well, what's so surprising about this, and while many people, even Stevie Wonder, could have saw this fallout coming, however, I think there are those who are surprised that it was Elon Musk who not only threw the first punch, but also the second, the third, and the fourth. And he has continued to do so. And I think what that speaks to is just the massive reach that he has, not only in terms of his enormous wealth, but also with the companies that he runs and how instrumental and influential they are to the United States and beyond. And so I think what we're seeing here is this is definitely a clash of the titans. And I think there will be no winners in this fight, only losers. We're talking about the leader of the free world versus the most wealthiest man in the world. And I think between both of them, we're already beginning to see that there is clearly no weapons spared and nothing left unturned in terms of how far they're willing to go to tear each other down.
I know, but it actually is serious. It's not just like watching two schoolboys having a spat in the playground, is it? I mean, these people are conducting world politics, both of them, actually. And when you think of the other guy in Russia, it makes your blood run cold, because these are the people in charge of the way we're living our lives, which worries me because, for instance, the latest thing was that Musk has threatened to actually stop complete work, utterly stop his spacecraft empire, which is the only means by which, at the moment, America gets into space. And there are astronauts up there on the International Space Station who could be stranded if he, like a toddler tantrum, says, right, I'm not flying my spacecraft anymore. I mean, this is serious stuff, isn't it?
It certainly is. But also, we have to remember, the Trump White House could easily invoke the Defense Production Act and actually take control of SpaceX for its own purposes. So again, this is a massive fight where both men have enormous tools at their disposal that they can use against one another. And that's why I say there are no winners, only losers, because we're talking about Donald Trump cutting off contracts, which could have an impact on the economy. And of course, Elon Musk and the vast majority of his companies and their importance to the U.S. government and as well as the economy. And so I think what we're seeing here is already we're beginning to see how impactful this fight is, not only for each man and for the politics of the United States, but so far beyond that as well.
I read overnight that Steve Bannon, former Trump advisor, he's calling for Elon Musk to be extradited, deported out of the USA and back to his native South Africa.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we saw that Donald Trump even posted that on his Truth Social, which is so surprising because we know that there were a number of Afrikaners who actually came to the United States recently. And there are many who believe the reason for that is because of Elon Musk. And now you have Donald Trump who is saying that Elon Musk himself now needs to go back to Africa. And so I think what we're seeing here, this is going to be very nasty. It's going to be very ugly.
But
and
it's
again,
already costing Musk a fortune. I mean, billions of pounds wiped off shares to do with his Tesla car company straight away.
Exactly, and that's why this fight could get even worse, because Elon Musk has already lost so much being connected to Donald Trump. And you wonder, does this actually move Elon Musk back to the Democratic Party? Because remember, it was Barack Obama who through his own subsidies as president of the United States to Tesla that actually put Elon Musk on the map. And now the question becomes, where does this fight go, and how much uglier can it get, not only for these two men, but also, of course, for the economy as well.
Eric, appreciate all you've had to say. Thank you very much indeed. We've got to leave it there. Good morning to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll be back on that subject in about half an hour, because it is fascinating. You actually wonder with these two whether they could kiss and make up and it would all be over tomorrow. I mean, they're that weird. It's weird is the right word. Yeah. There's certainly anything could happen. And I'm not sure that they should be in such a powerful position if they are those sort of egos. Very, very fragile egos.
Strange times, strange times.
It really is very strange times, isn't it?
D-Day, 6th of June.
Yeah.
Coming up to 6:30.
Don't forget to tell us if D-Day is important in your family, because we'd love to hear what sort of links you have to D-Day through your family.
How's it being commemorated? We're looking now at a flag raising, I think, on the beaches. Yeah, there we are. And there are the sun coming up and the flag going up at first dawn as well.
I'm just trying to see which beach it is. Gold. Is that Gold Beach? Yeah, in Normandy. And it's astonishing when you look at that site now. The flag going up there, but when it pulls back and we see a bit more of the village around there, you are reminded that the D-Day beaches were like that. They haven't changed that much, funnily enough.
I'll tell you what's changed: the weather on the day, the weather that we're looking at there, and the atmosphere that there is. And I'm lucky that I've been there, been to a few of those beaches, and I went to film there with GMTV.
I did with TVAM all those
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah. And look at us together this morning.
We're still going. There we are. It's that shot where you see the little houses along the edge of the beach. And I know those houses will have changed over the years now.
Well,
but that's what they were.
Some of them not.
No, some of them are still there, exactly. And the idea of them running up those beaches, big beaches as well, very wide beaches, under fire, you have to remember and you have to try and imagine.
And if you ever want to see an accurate reenactment of all of that, it's the Tom Hanks
Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, 15 minutes of...
Which is raw beyond belief, but so apparently all of the D-Day veterans say it's the best depiction they've ever seen of the initial landings.
Well, you look at that and you think you just couldn't run into that. You had no choice.
No, you had no choice.
The landing craft, the doors fell down, and you just had to run, and people just moaned down, absolutely moaned down.
You were so lucky if you made it. Anyway, our reporter, Sophie Reaper, is there for us. Morning, Sophie. Oh, look at that wonderful scene behind you.
Good morning to you both. And what a remarkable morning it is here in Normandy on Gold Beach. We've just seen that flag raised, the flag of the Normandy Veterans Association in what's now known as Surrey Square here in Arromanches on Gold Beach. And that is because this particular area is known as the spiritual home for all Normandy veterans. And I just want to take a moment to step out of frame, if I can, to show you Gold Beach, where 81 years ago today, at this exact time, British troops, 25,000 men, would have arrived here on these shores in Normandy in an attempt, a successful attempt, I might add, to reclaim Europe from Nazi tyranny. They arrived here on these beaches in thousands. They made their way up the beaches across Normandy. Of course, this is Gold Beach, but there were 5 beaches on that day. Sword, the other British beach, Juneau, the Canadian beach, and Omaha and Utah, the American beaches. Now, on this particular beach, their job that day was to reach Bayeux, which I have to say is around 11 kilometres from this point. 11 kilometres, just imagine, with all that heavy kit, exhausted, weary, and making their way. And I have to say as well, they did. They successfully captured Bayeux by the end of the day. And it is quite some distance, I have to tell you now. I'm holding a beautiful red rose that a lovely lady gave to me around 10 minutes ago because as part of that flag raising ceremony that we've just seen here in Arromanches, people are now heading down to the waterline with these roses, and as a mark and a symbol of the sacrifice that was made on that day, as a commemoration to those lives that were lost. They will now head down to the water and they will throw those roses in to celebrate and commemorate this incredibly important day, 81 years on from D-Day.
Thank you very much indeed. And I think if you just sit and reflect on that as to what those roses symbolise and the lives that were lost and the people who were liberated as a result of what went on that day 81 years ago. And that leads us quite neatly, quite nicely, to our daily reflection with Marjorie. Marjorie's a Baptist minister in Sheffield.
The GB News Daily Reflection.
Hello, my name is Marjorie and I'm a Baptist minister in a city centre church in Sheffield. The book of Acts in the Bible is the historic account of how Christianity began. From the obscure beginnings of a small number of people, it became a global movement with billions of followers today. But as with most successful movements or ideas or projects, it had very small and fragile beginnings. It was just a handful of faith-filled followers at the beginning following Jesus' resurrection. They met Jesus several times and they were both mystified and had their hearts set on fire simultaneously. Acts chapter 1 says they met hidden in an upper room out of sight, and they hoped they were out of danger from the time being from arrest. These followers of Jesus carried in their hearts something incredible, the power of hope. Without hope, people often give up. But with hope, people can achieve great things. Those first disciples waited in hope for the Holy Spirit to come and to help them. And as a Christian, I draw tremendous hope from the person and the promises of Jesus. It gives me the courage I need to live according to the ways of Jesus. It is just as St. Paul writes in the book of Romans, "May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, so that by the power of the Holy Spirit you may overflow with hope."
Now, if you're travelling to work or school, here's your traffic and travel update. Don't forget to stay with us on digital radio.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The M4 motorway is currently closed in both directions at Wenholt Road overbridge due to essential structural inspections, which are leading to significant delays. However, alternative routes have been made available and are clearly signposted for drivers to follow. On the train network, disruptions are being experienced by both Avanti West Coast and London North Western Railway services, particularly between Stafford and Rugby, with impacts most notably on the Lichfield-Trent Valley route. These disruptions are resulting in extended travel times and require passengers to plan their journeys accordingly. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Do stay with us, because this will be interesting, since there's such a lot of politics to talk about today. Nigel Nelson and Claire Pearsall will be with us. There they are, hi. They're going through the papers. You're watching GB News Breakfast with Eamon and Anne.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom with Andrew and Beth.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here.
I'm Michelle Dewberry. Britain's News Channel.
News channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point.
Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as
and now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we are in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Right, papers and politics in a moment, but it's a very important day today because it's your last chance today to take part in the Great British Giveaway, which, as you know, is a motorhome. It's the motorhome that everybody talks about when I'm stopped in the supermarket going, oh, motorhome, going to have a go.
We've told you, we've warned you, it's now or never. Have a go.
It's the final day to see how you could be our biggest winner to date. Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be spending your summer touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome, worth over £67,000. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things, or just spend it however you like. You have to hurry. Lines close at 4 p.m. today. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690, Derby, DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Up to 4 p.m. today, Claire Purcell, Nigel Nelson, husband and wife reviewing team this morning. Good morning, guys. Very nice to see you. The burqa situation. So we've got the chairman of Reform UK resigning over this. We had a question in the House this week. Claire, what do we think of the burqa reflection?
Well, it was quite some fallout on Wednesday when the new Runcorn MP, Sarah Pochin, stood up for her question. None of us were sure what was going to come out. And then, of course, it was about banning the burqa. And you could see the reaction of people within the chamber. Everybody looked a little sort of confused. There were some people who were quite angry. And Sir Keir Starmer didn't know how to answer it whatsoever. More interestingly, in the background is that there were her colleagues, her Reform MP colleagues around her. The one person who didn't appear to know about it was the chairman of the party. So when he was questioned by media saying, is this policy for Reform to ban the burqa, he just said, I know nothing about it. And you could see at that point it was going to become an issue, which it did. It rattled on that afternoon, which led up to the events of yesterday afternoon with Zia Youssef deciding to resign.
Nigel, I would have thought they all should know something about it. I mean, not as if it's a new subject.
No, but it was not one to bring up when she did. I thought she would actually go on the state of emergency that Reform have been demanding for migrants. It seemed, you know, we'd had 1,000 come over at the weekend, perfect time to use that policy, and suddenly she came up with the burqa, and everyone went, well, what's she talking about? There's been no major kind of controversy about that. And the Zia Youssef thing, what it would seem to have happened there is he was sidelined, knew nothing about it. All the MPs, all the Reform MPs, Nigel Farage, Richard Tice, they're all with Sarah Pochin at the time. They must have known what was going on. I think that Zia Youssef was a bit of a micromanager from what I hear from insiders there. And it may well be he just feels, well, if they're not going to tell me what they're going to do, what's the point of staying around?
But then he's been looking after the Doge effort within Kent County Council. He was put in charge of that, and it was the chap they've brought in, the young guy, Nathaniel, to be the Doge team there, and he's been leading it. So whether he felt that he was being sidelined off into Kent to have a look at a council without getting into the rest of the politics, it just seems that sort of division, nobody's decided who's in charge of what, and they're falling out like a bunch of schoolgirls.
But does it not get us all thinking again, is there an issue about the burqa or is there not?
Well, I don't think there is. I don't think there's been any major controversies. It's an issue that comes up from time to time. People fall into two camps. Either they think it's up to the individual as to whether they wear it or not, and there are some people who just don't like it and want it to be banned. But it also depends on what you class as a burqa, and that sort of definition of what is a burqa differs between person to person.
And a number of European countries have banned it.
Yes.
So
Yes.
both
Well,
the
she
burqa
made
and
that point, didn't
Yes,
she?
that's right.
Yeah,
so,
listed the
I
countries.
mean, France, there's a ban. There's a partial ban in Holland, Denmark. I mean, there's a whole host of European countries that have decided to ban it. My own view is a bit like free speech. I think people should be free to dress the way that they choose.
But they're not free, surely.
Well, but
they're told to wear it.
Well, now, if there's coercion, that's a different matter. A lot of young Muslim women choose to wear the burqa, and it should be their choice.
But this is where the definition of what is a burqa comes into play, because you have people wearing a headscarf or a partial face covering, or the main burqa, which is fully covered, and I think that's what people dispute.
The guys have had their say. Have your say. Please do. Get in touch. Let us know what you think about it. We'll look at the European weather, and we'll be back right after this.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Whilst the weekend brings a lot of unsettled weather to the UK, it's going to be dry and sunny for much of the Mediterranean, although unsettled through the Alps and the south of France. It's across Iberia where it's going to be particularly sunny and hot, with the heat building day by day through Saturday, Sunday and early next week across southern and central Spain. High 30s, low 40s by early next week. Similarly hot across Italy with low to mid 30s. Plenty of sunshine across the board and staying that way into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
I think there's a real culture shift when you leave the forces, which some people really struggle with. Not all do, many don't. You know, of those 2.1 million, not everybody's struggling with loneliness and isolation. But those that do really struggle to find their way, and then you get in that spiral.
They've been institutionalised. They've been in a
with
other men or other women for many years.
So you've lived in that community. You've felt valued. You've had purpose. You've had a great team and an identity, and then in some cases you don't. And when you lose that, some people struggle with that. And so Friday, as you saw, is an environment where you can bring that community back together again.
And it might actually be that some of the people to whom the army is an appealing option are already the kind of characters that want that security and they need that routine and stability, especially as younger men maybe. And so to have that taken away must be difficult. What more can be done, Richard, to help veterans when they do transition out of the army?
I think there's some good mechanisms in place for people to transition from all three services, Army, Navy, Air Force. But some people struggle, perhaps those who leave quickly as well. So if you leave quickly under a medical discharge or for disciplinary reason, you haven't necessarily left on your terms or within a time. If you were planning on serving 20 plus years and that's over in a flash, that's a game changer. And so you need that support network, family, friends, but also the MOD provide and also local community provides.
I was talking to one guy and I said, "What's going on with your leg?" And his wife said, "He won't tell you. He lost his leg on duty, would not talk about it. He said, I was just doing my job." That's when it's incredibly humbling, and we saw a lot of this at VE Day. Bev and I were down at the Palace for 5.5 hours, and we met some extraordinary figures. And it does, you do feel a sense of humility in their presence, and then you see some of them are sleeping rough on our streets.
GB News, the People's Channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. That's State of the Nation every Monday and Tuesday at 8 o'clock, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
We're still looking through the newspapers, and I tell you what, if you come across the front page of The Sun, it's an exclusive. David Beckham is getting his knighthood. What do we think of that? Claire Pearsall and Nigel Nelson still with us. Claire?
I think it's about time. I really do. He has been one of the best ambassadors for the sport, had a pivotal role in the 2012 Olympics being awarded to the United Kingdom, and he has always been around the scene and not
He's
really
an ambassador for the country, I think, as well, Claire.
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
A huge ambassador. You could put him out on the world stage. People know who he is. He behaves appropriately and is just an incredible sportsman.
Well, the amazing thing is it hasn't happened before.
I know,
and every time there is an honours list comes out and his name is not on it, everyone is asking, what's he done? Why is he not there? He's got an OBE, but he's never got the knighthood. What The Sun is suggesting is this is a bit different because he's been bonding with the king and they've got a mutual love of horticulture. Yeah. So as a result of that, having got together, the king's obviously said, well, look, you're obviously a bit late now for the knighthood. Time we actually delivered it.
Yeah, it is. What do you think as a Man U fan?
I think, well, I'll tell you this. I used to do a lot of work around the club and whatever it is, and you would get, and I could name players who would never sign autographs. You just walk past fans, wear headphones, and they would never sign autographs. People who you wouldn't think, like Eric Cantona, would sign everything in front of him. And David Beckham, biggest star there is, would never shun or turn down a request from a fan, and I think that sort of says it all to me. He realises that's his job, that's what he has to do, and he does it wholeheartedly.
Well, which is one of the reasons why he deserves this. But he's 50 now, so he gave his football career some time ago, and why he's not got one for all the achievements he had is peculiar. But somebody had it in for him, obviously.
Yeah, you never know why, but it's good. I think it's great news.
I do, and also he stood in the queue to
see the Queen,
give the Queen his last respect. So he didn't barge in or do anything terrible.
No,
and other people we know.
And the people in the queue surrounding him, who realised, oh my goodness, we're standing next to David Beckham, all said that what a great guy he was. He was speaking to everybody. He didn't mind doing autographs then.
He's a very nice, very humble guy.
Yeah, do you know he's been brought up well?
Yeah.
He just has that image of a man who was brought up by a good mum and dad.
Yeah.
He really does.
He thinks I don't like him because I defended Fergie, the boot slinging incident. On the news, and I don't believe anybody's bigger than the manager, and I do think the manager has the last shout on that, and I do think Fergie is just God, be all and end all. But I have nothing against the fella, and I think he's a tremendous ambassador and a brilliant footballer. So there we go. Good luck. We hope it happens.
Posh will be Lady Beckham as well. There you are.
Yes, that's another thing.
I bet she's thrilled. Right, I think we've run out of time. Thank you so much. Let's find out about the weather,
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea. By mid-morning, many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland, plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and into the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that will keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. On the A9 at Calvine, both directions are restricted due to planned road maintenance, causing potential delays for drivers. Motorists are strongly advised to remain vigilant and anticipate extended travel times. Meanwhile, the M4 motorway in both directions near the Wenalt Road overbridge is closed for crucial structural inspections, with effective diversions in place to ensure public safety. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast is experiencing significant disruptions between Stafford and Rugby via Lichfield Trent Valley. Additionally, Great Northern services are facing disruptions between Stevenage and Finsbury Park. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
It's the final week to see how you could be our biggest winner yet, touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things. Don't miss out as lines close on the 6th of June. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The bromance is over. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are literally, no, not literally, but nearly literally, throwing punches at each other as a breakdown in relations plays out for the world to see.
Well, the American president's so-called big, beautiful bill is condemned by Mr. Musk.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, but I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Well, Elon tends to disagree with that, but as the tech billionaire calls for the president to be impeached, what exactly might come next in this epic bust-up?
Now, you can imagine there must be sighs of relief in Downing Street as Labour has pulled off an unexpected by-election victory in Hamilton in Scotland. But Reform UK is just 1,400 votes behind.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here.
Yeah, the morning rush hour is now underway here in Hamilton, where Labour have won a surprise victory over the SNP in last night's by-election, but Reform UK are breathing down the necks of both parties. And the Tory party, they are frankly nowhere.
Another Reform casualty, the party chairman Zia Yusuf quits after that row over whether to ban the burqa. Your views are very welcome.
But it's 81 years today since D-Day, and GB News remembers those who laid down their lives to secure our freedoms.
On this day in 1944, thousands of Allied troops landed here on the beaches of Normandy. Today, we remember and honour them.
Well, have a look at this. Uncouth behaviour there. And after that clip of two British women fighting, brawling in the streets of Tenerife, we're debating whether British women are the worst tourists, well, British people in general.
The showery June weather continues during the next couple of days, but there will be some bright spells in between the downpours. Find out the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
Well, it's just gone, 7 o'clock, yes. I'm Anne Diamond.
I'm Eamon Holmes, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Well, it's been quite 24 hours in politics with people going bonkers by the sound of it in the States at each other. You've got Elon Musk and Donald Trump trading insults.
I don't know why I'm laughing at that,
no, it's
actually,
not.
for
exactly. It seems funny, but it really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's such uncouth, just ridiculous behaviour, and if that behaviour sort of happens, it's for behind closed doors, really, isn't it?
Well, yes, it's like two school children having a spat in the playground. But these men, you've got one, the richest man in the world, and the other one, possibly, certainly the most powerful man in the Western world. And then when you think of who else is around, like in China and in Russia, and you start to worry what sort of a world we're living in at the moment.
Maybe we're going to get a bust-up now from Josh Barbarinde.
Barbarinde, I think.
That's a great name, Josh.
It is.
Josh is from the Liberal Democrats, and he's in Eastbourne. Where does Barbarinde come from, Josh?
Babarinde is a Nigerian name. It literally means Baba, father, and Rinde, walked in. The father's just walked in, apparently.
Very good. Well, it's a beautiful name. Very good. What do you make of this American, before we get on, just talk about British affairs, what do you make about this American fallout between Musk and Trump?
Well, it was always going to happen, wasn't it? I mean, we saw bits of it with the fallout between Musk and Farage after their love-in some months back, and we're seeing the same thing play out again. And it's just not serious. And it would be funny if it wasn't the case that, you know, these folks, Trump and Musk, are among the two most powerful people in the world. And to see insults being traded on social media, it reeks, as you've already said, of schoolyard politics. And at a time when there's, you know, enormous security threats from Russia, from China, we need cool heads, not school kids at the helm.
Now, that's the States. What do you think? I know you've actually come on to talk about other things, but we got to ask you what your reaction is to the politics overnight as well. The Labour got in Hamilton, in Scotland, which was not, I think, what most people thought would happen. But Reform UK did very well. What do you make of all of that?
Yeah, well, it was an interesting race. the SNP losing ground after mismanagement that the likes of my Liberal Democrat colleagues for some time have been calling out. But I think one of the major stories from there is you look at the absolute collapse of the Conservative Party. A year on nearly from the general election, and still down in the doldrums after years of chaos, of division, not too dissimilar from some of the schoolyard infighting that we're seeing across the Atlantic. And so it just proves that they've got a lot of trust to earn back, and whether it's north of the border in Scotland or indeed as far south of the border as my home patch of Eastbourne, the Conservatives are a busted flush.
It's interesting as well to have you on this morning because while a lot of the talk is about the other big names in politics, the Lib Dems show everybody that the way to do any of this is to concentrate on grassroots issues and to make sure that you win step by step, I guess. And one of the reasons you were on this morning is you wanted to talk about the Lib Dems have been crunching numbers about vehicle thefts, which are quite shocking.
Extraordinary. So we've been throwing in lots of requests to really get information and make transparent what is going on in our police forces and in our communities across the country. We got some shocking stuff back around motor vehicle thefts, which is that last year 75% of all motor vehicle thefts went unsolved. Only a couple of percent of those went charged. It was even worse in my own patch of Sussex, where 80% went unsolved. And this is a disgrace for all sorts of reasons. I mean, first of all, it just indicates a state of lawlessness and a complete loss of control by the government that's meant to be providing our police forces with the resources that they need to tackle crime. And this is one of the darkest legacies of the last government. And it lets victims down. It leaves people feeling unsafe. And I can tell you that policing, yes, absolutely, is about punishment, but even more crucially, is about preventing crime in the first place. And I spent my career before politics, folks, getting kids out of crime and gangs. And having a proper police presence, community policing, was a key part of that. That's been shot to...
But why does it not matter? Why? I mean, you're speaking to someone, I mean, outside ever buying a house, this will be the single biggest investment any of us will ever make. I have a tremendous love for a vehicle. Ever since I was 18, I got my driving test. It was always, I spent 500 quid on a car, and then you spent 1,200 quid on a car. And I was building up, and it just means something to me. But what I can't stand is that these seem to be foreign gangs that come in. They go around all our neighbourhoods, and then I now attack the manufacturers because you can use keys, you can clone keys very easily, and you can steal these vehicles as well. In short, for 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 pounds, no one seems to care, and it has big knock-on effects with our insurance premiums as well.
Well, regardless of how much a car costs, I mean, the impact on victims is pretty large. I remember when I was a kid, we had an old banger that we had as a family stolen from outside our house. And it was such a violation. That was ours, and that left us feeling unsafe. We wanted to change the locks on our door, for our house, etc., etc. Regardless of who commits such a crime, they've got to face the full force of the law, and that is not happening now after years of cuts by the last government. It's for this government now to get to grips with that. And something that I'm really worried about is we've got the spending review that the Chancellor is going to deliver next week. And the speculation is that Home Office funding, which funds the police, is potentially for the CHOP. There's an argument going on internally about what happens there. This should be non-negotiable. People's safety should be non-negotiable. And so we're pushing on the government to be tough on crime, to properly invest in community policing so that we can prevent this kind of crime in the first place.
Fascinating research, actually, Josh. Thank you so much. How is the weather in Eastbourne this morning?
Well, Eastbourne is officially the sunniest town in the UK. We get 1,892 hours of sunlight a year, so it is gleaming. Sun cream sales are booming in Eastbourne, so come on down.
Good bit of campaigning there.
And I hope you can do something about those car thefts. And more should be done, talked about it, and people should be protected. Nice talking to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Take care.
You see, that's real politics.
What was your first car then?
My first car was a Fiat 124.
Yeah.
A Fiat worse than death. It looked like a Civ. It looked like a Lada. It was the version. It was the light European version of the Lada. The Russians then bought the model and made a heavier version of it. But anyway, it was. I got go faster stripes on it.
Oh, boys always used to do that, didn't they? They'd take on an old jalopy that goes at 2 miles an hour, but put go faster stripes on it. That was everything. My first car was my mum's Morris 1000, which was a good, solid, reliable little car, which I thought was really boring, so I sold it.
What was it?
A Morris 1000.
Oh, yeah, that would be worth a few quid now.
Oh, it would, yeah, but unfortunately I sold it to buy an MG Midget, which burned more oil than petrol.
I don't know why.
Where they dug that up from?
I don't know, but that was impressive, wasn't it? So there is my car there, and that is the rally lights on it. It was higher at the back than at the front, and so I was 18 then. 18 when I had that. That was it. So,
you don't forget your first
honestly,
car.
every bit of it was rusted. I actually had to drill holes in the floor just to let the water pour out.
Do you remember it was always the floor that went in old cars, wasn't it? Rust got to the floor. You'd be very careful your feet didn't go through the floor.
But I enjoyed that car. It was very good.
You've got lovely fond memories of your first car. Is that right?
That was it.
You remember that? God, that was a fortune for that. OK, I wonder what Elon would think of that. Him and his new electric cars, which Donald Trump says nobody wants.
I would buy an electric car. For instance, say it was a DeLorean, right? If they made electric versions of DeLoreans, I would buy a DeLorean.
I'm sure they do.
No, they don't. Not as far as I'm aware. But anyway, there's things you would do with. I think his Teslas are so boring looking. I think
they're all over the place, aren't they?
But they're dull. They're dull. You need something, bit of va-va.
Do you think Donald Trump's right? Nobody wants them. He said they're not selling in the States.
I think the reason nobody wants them is because they don't know what their resale value is going to be, and is the next stage going to be hydrogen and not battery?
But also, petrol is cheap in the States.
Yeah, that's very, very cheap.
You always think that.
Petrol's cheaper everywhere.
Anyway, they are absolutely trading insults at the moment, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. You could have predicted it, but it's getting really nasty. It's an epic fallout.
So Musk is claiming on X there that Donald Trump is named in the Epstein files. And
it says he should be impeached.
Yeah.
And J.D. Vance should replace him.
Well, it's pretty nasty. It's pretty ghastly. We had Mr. Musk, as in his daddy, on this very programme 2 weeks ago, and I asked him specifically, how do Trump and his son get on? This is what he had to say just 2 weeks ago. Your son is different. Elon he's different. I'll put it like that. Donald Trump's different. They're huge characters, both of them.
Yes.
How would you sum them up? Do they get on together?
Oh, yes, of course. They're different, they're different generation to start with. So from Elon's point of view, it's Mr. Trump. And, from Trump's point of view, it's Elon. So, that's the situation. And, Elon's a respectful guy. So, no, the relationship there is exquisitely good, wonderful. I've just been there, and last month, April. No, it's very, very good, very, very good.
Fascinating. You were telling me that he is 80. He doesn't look it, does he?
No.
I suppose he can afford...
He's probably got a battery.
Spa days. And, We're joined by the deputy political editor for The Spectator, James Heal. What do you think of what's going on in the States at the moment? I mean, is it funny or is it seriously unnerving?
Well, it's a bit of both. And I think that with Donald Trump, often if you don't laugh, you'd cry. Look, I think this is one of the perils and pitfalls of having businessmen in politics. Everyone says they'd love to have a businessman there to sort things out. Unfortunately, often it turns out their skills don't lie in often the difficult world of personal relations and getting things done in government. And the other thing, of course, is that businessmen have interests as well. And so Elon Musk stepped back from his Doge role last week. He's gone back to his company. And now a lot of the Trump world is seeing that his latest attacks on Trump are purely through the lens of what the so-called the Big Beautiful Bill would mean for subsidies in terms of electrical vehicles. So it's all very nasty. They're slinging insults on rival platforms. And who knows where it's all going to end.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because the Big Beautiful Bill had a hidden... Well, I don't know. We don't know whether Elon Musk knew about it, but basically the subsidy he gets for electric vehicles, which is, of course, what Tesla is all about, was going to be removed. And that's probably what caused the row. I don't know. But now he's saying that he'll bring down his own spacecraft company, which would seriously imperil the astronauts who are actually on the ISS at the moment. And he has a government contract for that, so presumably he can't do that.
Well, I mean, this is the whole fallout, and it's been playing out overnight, and both the BBC and the Times were doing live blogs, and they sort of ended with saying, that's all for now, but it won't be the end of the story. And that is what's happened here. I think the last time I saw that, I think Musk had walked back on his threat to sort of pull down that spaceship. But you're right, Elon Musk is a businessman who's done very well out of contracts with the government, with the American state apparatus, and right now they've got sort of lots of, I think, billions of deals across it. Some people in Trump world are urging Trump to revoke some of that. And all I can say is Tesla, which is his Elon Musk's flagship company, the stock price plunged 14% yesterday, which knocked 8.7 billion off his wealth.
And that is serious stuff. Money talks. Right.
Talk to us again after 8 o'clock this morning, James. For the moment, thank you very much indeed.
Because it's 17 minutes past 7 already, and we'll turn to domestic politics.
Yeah, Labour has triumphed ahead of the SNP and reformed in the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stolehouse by-election.
Yeah, upon being announced the winner, Labour's Davy Russell wasted no time at all in taking aim at Nigel Farage and his party.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here. Reform have no real answers to the issues we face, and they can't beat the SNP here or replace them across Scotland. And for Ross, can you see me now?
Well, let's analyse what exactly happened. Our political editor, Christopher Hope, is there in Hamilton this morning. What would you read into things, Christopher? How significant was the result?
Yeah, morning, Eamon, and morning, Anne. Now, the rush hour is fully underway here in Hamilton. There were two clear winners from that by-election result last night. Of course, Labour is the biggest winner. It has won an MSP from the SNP party by a majority of 602, overturning a majority for the SNP of 4,500 or so. That's a big win, particularly given the difficult 11 months Keir Starmer's had in Downing Street. It's also been a big boost there for Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader. Now it looks like a much better chance of becoming First Minister at next year's Holyrood elections. The second big winner is Reform UK. This party had 58 votes in 2021. The last time it was contested, now more than 7,000 votes. It came third, a close run to both the SNP and, of course, the winners, Labour. Big losers, well, certainly SNP down 16% and the Tories down 11%. It looks like the vote from both the SNP and the Tories, much of that has gone to Reform UK. The idea of this coalition of voters backing independence before 2014, some of them unionists, some of them right-wing, they've now gone towards Reform UK. Now, I'm told by people close to Reform UK, senior figures in the party, they are now looking at winning maybe 20 or 30 MSPs at next year's Scottish Parliament elections. That is extraordinary also, in July last year at the general election, Nigel Farage didn't come to Scotland once. This party that was dismissed as an English nationalist party, yeah, that's all over. Right now, Reform UK is leading the way, leading the charge against the incumbent parties. But the winner last night, no question, it was Labour.
Chris, no, it was Chris.
Yeah, it's Chris.
Yes, it is Chris.
That's Chris. Yeah, it was Chris. I don't mind you being put on because it's just turned so cold in here. I can't, you know, shivering. So, yes, we'll try and sort that out, I hope.
Yeah, very good.
Actually...
Just to talk about the burqas.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're getting a lot of reaction to that, and a lot of these comments we can't read out. But basically, a lot of people say, no, what's this woman, what's this MP talking about this in the House the other day? No one's interested in this. No one's interested in talking about this. Au contraire, you are.
Yeah, Susan makes a very good point, I think, because remembering the fact that it's the 81st anniversary of D-Day today. She says, what a good job all those young men did, dying, fighting for our freedom. And now we're discussing whether people would be upset if we banned the burqa. And thousands of others are crawling all over our beaches and then being housed. We are in a weird world 81 years on. I expect, though, back in the day, they thought it was a weird world then, back in the 30s, when so much in politics was so dynamic and different. But Zagato Bandini, what a lovely name, says, Eamon, there's a programme called Vintage Voltage, where they converted a DeLorean to electric very successfui.
Did they?
Check it out. There you are.
Well, I suppose the one in the film, Back to the Future...
Well, that ran on the rubbish in the end, didn't it? Which was brilliant.
Something different.
We'll get that one day. Yeah.
Right, let's see what Aidan McGivern's running on. Good morning, Aidan.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea. By mid-morning, many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland, plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and to the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that will keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, why is 4 o'clock this afternoon so important?
Well, if you don't get stuck in it, you can't win it, as they say, because it's our biggest Great British giveaway. As you know by now, I think you probably do, that it's a new motorhome worth over 67 grand and 5 grand's worth of lovely tax-free cash to fill it up with petrol. Here's all the details you need.
It's the final day to see how you could be our biggest winner to date. Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be spending your summer touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome, worth over £67,000. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things, or just spend it however you like. You have to hurry. Lines close at 4 p.m. today. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Don't forget, it's 4 o'clock this afternoon is your last chance. Still to come, it's 81 years since the Normandy landings, D-Day, in other words. We'll be looking there next.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we are in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Now, there was this by-election in Scotland yesterday, and overnight we've had the results, and the Conservatives did the worst of all the major parties, you could say, came fourth, which isn't very good. But Kemi Badenoch is going to do a speech a bit later today in which she's going to look at some of the issues. You wonder whether they are issues that would actually make a difference if they announced them as policy, one of which would be possibly leaving the ECHR.
Now, that will be brave. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp this morning, he joins us. So this is not policy, Chris. What's she proposing?
Well, we have increasingly come to the view that we do need to leave the ECHR in order to allow our democratically elected parliament to implement the will of the people in a whole range of different areas, whether it's drilling for new oil and gas, whether it's protecting our veterans from vexatious prosecution, and most importantly of all, on immigration, where we think every single foreign criminal, not some, but all foreign criminals, should be kicked out and returned to their country of origin. We think everybody who comes into this country illegally, for example by small boat, should be removed to some location outside of Europe. Now, the way that judges, both in the Strasbourg court and in our domestic UK courts, interpret the ECHR, which they've stretched and stretched and stretched beyond recognition, makes it, in our view now, very difficult for our democratically elected parliament to do what the British public wants in those areas. So we're increasingly of the view, as I say, we need to leave. So what Kemi's going to be announcing today is that over the next 3 or 4 months, so pretty short period of time, Lord Wolfson, one of the country's most eminent barristers, will be going through the details of that question, how it would work in practice, what pitfalls there might be that need to be overcome, so that by the autumn we'll be in a position to make a final announcement. But I think the direction of travel, from what I've just said, is pretty clear. And what makes us different to reform that you mentioned in the intro is that we are going to take this 3 or 4 months to work through it properly, to go through the details, so that when we make an announcement, we know it's going to work and the British public can have confidence in it. What we don't want to do is just shoot from the hip, make stuff up without really having thought it through, which I'm afraid occasionally Nigel Farage does.
So you're getting this in. You're getting this.
We're going to do the proper work.
Okay, you're getting this in, Chris, ahead of conference season, and you're pretty sure this is going to become policy.
Well, I don't want to preempt the work Lord Wolfson does, because we do need to do the proper work. But obviously, you know, you've heard the direction of travel, and you'll hear Kemi's words on this later on. She's going to be pretty clear. And the most important principle is, you know, people elected by the public to that building behind me, to Parliament, need to do what the public want them to do, and that includes protecting veterans, you know, and making sure we control our borders.
Yeah, but
and you know, the way that the ECHR is.
You could have thought of this years ago and done something about it when it actually might have saved the election for you.
Well, look, there were previous attempts to reform the ECHR that didn't work. I mean, Ken Clarke tried it in 2012, it didn't work. Theresa May tried legislating in 2014 and 15.
So why should we believe
didn't really work
anything?
either. When it came, let me finish. Well, just let me finish. We actually did pass a law suspending, essentially disapplying the Human Rights Act when it came to Rwanda, but obviously we ran out of time and the election happened. Look, we know we can't mess around anymore. We know the last government, well, successive governments, but including the last government, made mistakes on immigration, right? We know that, we accept that, big mistakes. We are determined that the Conservative Party under new leadership will never make those mistakes again. We have learned, and we are developing, and have developed in some cases already, detailed, credible plans to sort this out. Those include things like a binding annual cap on migration, for instance, and now this policy on the ECHR. We are serious about this, but we are going to do it properly. Obviously, it's very tempting just to shoot from the hip and say, oh yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that, like Nigel Farage does. But actually, that's not credible. And if you do that and you don't think it through properly, it won't work in practice, and that is not what the British public wants. So we're going to do the proper work. We're going to think it through.
I just want to ask Chris,
so when we say we're going to do something, we'll be certain we can do it.
I just want to ask what the British public do want. I just want to put that out to them on radio, on television today, to have your say. You've heard what Chris Philp's saying there. Is that what you want to get immigration under control, for instance? Do you think we should ditch the European Court of Human Rights? Let us know.
Yeah, and just before we lose you, Chris, what do you think of what's going on in the States at the moment? This spat between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Is it a spat or is it actually really more serious?
Well, I mean, it does look as if Elon Musk has properly fallen out with Donald Trump. I mean, he was previously one of his biggest supporters. I think Elon Musk spent something like $250 million financing Donald Trump's election campaign, and they were obviously kind of best buddies. He was hanging out in the Oval Office, wasn't he, with his son? It looks like they really have fallen out in a big way. And of course, we've seen something similar here with Nigel Farage falling out firstly with Rupert Lowe, I think quite a respected figure. They fell out, and now just yesterday or the day before yesterday, Mr. Youssef, the chairman of Reform, resigning in a massive huff. So I think Reform is sort of a one-man personality cult, isn't it? In a sense, there are some echoes, aren't there? Some parallels.
Well, you see it that way, certainly. Others might not. But it's good to talk to you, Chris. Thank you very much indeed for joining us there from College Green.
Got to leave it there. Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah.
The other thing today we're doing is we're marking, today is the 6th of June, D-Day, 6th of June, 81 years since the anniversary of the Normandy landings.
Yeah, and we've got Sophie Reaper is there for us in Arromanches, which is Gold Beach, or at least it was 81 years ago. Morning.
Good morning to you both. Yes, here we are on Gold Beach in Arromanches, where right now, 81 years ago, 25,000 British troops were attempting to land here in order to try and recapture Europe. Now, one of the parameters that was really important to allow D-Day Operation Overlord to take place was a clear sky. And as you can see this morning, that is the exact kind of weather that they would have been hoping for, and that indeed was present. However, one of the other parameters was a low tide, and you can probably see behind me that that in fact is not the case today. So if D-Day were happening today, well, in fact, it wouldn't be happening because it would not have been right. They needed very, very specific conditions. Now, of course, we're here today in Arromanches, in Normandy, commemorating those troops who either lost their lives or risked their lives. But that's something that's going to be happening all over the world. People all over the world will have different ways of commemorating today. Of course, earlier in the programme, we saw that flag being raised and the bagpipes playing. There are various commemorations taking place here in Normandy today. At the Bayeux Cemetery later on today, for example, there was a service of Thanksgiving at Bayeux Cathedral last night. So people marking it in their own way. And one or two people, actually, I should say, we spoke to yesterday, marked it in a very special way. They've been carrying out what's called the Memorial March. And what they did, they started at Utah Beach all the way in the west of Normandy, and they either scrambled or swam or ran down all 5 beaches. They're finishing this afternoon down at Sword Beach, right in the east of Normandy, in order to feel just a small part of what those soldiers on the day would have felt. We spoke to them yesterday to find out why they felt it was so important that even 81 years on, we still mark D-Day.
I have less of a military connection with D-Day, but for people like me, I wouldn't really exist because my father's family was Jewish and they escaped to Argentina when the war started. And yeah, my mom's Italian, so I wouldn't be around without them. It's just trying to not forget.
It's really important for the local communities here as well. And I've noticed it. I've been coming back for 15 years. Even when I was a lieutenant and I used to bring battlefield studies here, I'd noticed that on those odd years that you mentioned, there was a little bit quieter, not so many people came back. So I always try to come back every year and do something, even if it's just take part in a parade.
And what you heard George talking about there is the fact that, of course, last year it was a huge anniversary. It was 80 years since D-Day, and this side here in Arromanches was completely packed with people. Of course, this year it's a lot quieter, but for those people, for George and Mikkel, for the people here in Arromanches, for our troops back home, it is so important that even though it is getting past that time now, that we still, every single year, that we remember our troops who risked their lives.
Let me ask you, as you stand there this morning, do you, just interested, do you feel an atmosphere?
Well, Eamon, when we saw the flag raised, there was an incredibly poignant moment where the last post was played, and then we all went down to the sea line, and you'll remember I showed you that rose, and people were stood. and they cast their roses into the water. That atmosphere was absolutely incredible, and I think that is what D-Day is all about, is taking a moment of personal and private reflection to remember those troops who risked everything for us so that today we might have our freedom, and that is what today is all about, even 81 years on.
Yeah, and what I find amazing as well is that that lump of concrete in the sea behind you is, I think, part of the Mulberry Harbour, the original 81 years old Mulberry Harbour that was so brilliant, wasn't it? And it's still there, and I'm glad they leave it there.
It is indeed, and you're absolutely right. And looking along the skyline, you can see it spans all the way from the cliffs over there, all the way along this part of the English Channel. And for any of our viewers at home who aren't sure what the Mulberry Harbour was, that was flotillas that were brought across by the troops in order to allow them easier access from the water to the land. Of course, they used landing craft as well to get to the beaches. An incredibly difficult process. I have to say, last year when we were here, we actually took a journey on a landing craft, and it is lengthy, it is difficult, and when we speak to veterans, that is something that a lot of them remember. So incredibly poignant here in Normandy today.
Such a sad occasion, and such a memorable occasion, and such a beautiful day as well. Sophie, thanks for being there for us. We'll talk to you again later in the programme.
Coming up, we're going to be looking through the newspapers with Claire and Nigel, who are there doing their research. Thanks very much, guys. This is GB News Breakfast with Eamon and Anne.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A9 at Calvine is restricted due to maintenance, causing potential delays. Motorists should exercise caution as journey times may be longer. Meanwhile, the M4 has diversions near Wenholt Road Overbridge for essential inspections. In Surrey, a vehicle breakdown on the M3 westbound between junctions 2 and 3 has closed one lane. Traffic is expected to return to normal by 7:36 this morning. And on the trains, disruptions affect Avanti West Coast and London North Western Railway between Stafford and Rugby via Lichfield Trent Valley. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. We're looking through the newspapers
We're
now.
not. We're looking through what you're saying about us. It's very, very nice of you. I'd like to say hello to Paul. I'd like to come and see you personally.
He says,
Paul.
oh, my goodness, Eamon and Anne on together. Just one is bad enough. Why have them both?
Yeah.
Has everyone else left?
There you are. There you are.
Yeah.
I think you'll find, Paul, the viewing figures just go through the roof.
Oh.
There's nothing. The management just can't resist it. So that's what happens.
Yeah.
So you...
Yeah.
Personal Nigel Nelson this morning. Now, we were talking with Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, on there, Nigel, just before the break.
About this big speech that Kemi Badenoch's made.
Yeah, so it looks like they want to get out, the Conservatives want to announce policy that the European Convention for Human Rights, not for us, leave it behind. As a party, that's what they want to have up their sleeve.
Yes, and this speech is already out of date because what the ECHR is talking about, or rather Alain Besset, who's the Secretary-General of the Council of Europe, which oversees the ECHR, is it's time for reform, which is exactly what everyone's been calling for. We want it, Italy wants it, Austria wants it. So the big thing would be the Article 8 one, which is the right to family life.
Yeah.
And that's been used so migrants can stay in this country when we're trying to remove them. If Yvette Cooper's been going on about this, time to actually reform the thing. Now that the court itself is talking about its own reform, that is actually a way forward without us having to leave it.
So... Right.
It would work. Would it make a difference? I think that's the point.
Well, it depends what the reforms would be, obviously.
Yeah.
But I mean, certainly, if you could change this Article 8 thing, which is what people get terribly sort of uptight about, because it's people who stay in the country for what seems to be trivial reasons. If you could get rid of that, that would mean that we could remove people much more easily. The only problem is you only talk about a very small number of people.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
It's not going to stop the boats or smash the gangs or any lovely headline-grabbing measure, but Article 8 seems to be the one thing that holds us all up. And it's interesting, the different countries that are looking at it, including places like Denmark, which have been traditionally quite left-wing, have now moved into more right-wing politics. And I think everybody's getting together saying this was drawn up such a long time ago. So, yes, it will make a difference to a number of cases, but it isn't going to stop the amount of people coming into the country.
Would it make the Conservatives more popular if Kemi Badenoch actually makes it policy?
If she makes it policy, if she can actually prove that it would work and that she would actually do it, because I think the Conservatives have looked at this for such a long time and haven't done it, people are going to say, why believe us now?
And steal a march on reform, of course, by getting it out there first.
Of course.
OK, with that, we'll hit the break and we'll be back with Claire and Nigel right after this. Don't go away.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Whilst the weekend brings a lot of unsettled weather to the UK, it's going to be dry and sunny for much of the Mediterranean, although unsettled through the Alps and the south of France. It's across Iberia where it's going to be particularly sunny and hot, with the heat building day by day through Saturday, Sunday and early next week across southern and central Spain. High 30s, low 40s by early next week. Similarly hot across Italy with low to mid 30s. Plenty of sunshine across the board and staying that way into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Yeah, so I got the news on 4th of April, right in between GB Team Selection Series, which hurt even more because I was leading in the points. But all of a sudden, I get a phone call being told you're banned from attending any Pal UK premises, banned from speaking with your teammates or staff, which was the most brutal part of it, and suspended, or whatever word you want to use.
Think though, Kurt, that posting subscription-only saucy content online might get you in a little bit of trouble, or did it not cross your mind?
No, for sure. But I want to make it clear that I have tried things in the past. I've been living life on the edge so many years. We moved from Latvia in 2010, been living life on the edge since then, done everything from working freelance long into the long nights, working at the Amazon warehouse. I have seeked out other alternatives. But in December last year, I got to a point of realization where I thought, is it worth it, or can I find an alternative? And I knew of other GB athletes doing it. I didn't think it was going to cause outrage like this.
Yeah, because I was thinking, a nice chap like you, who's obviously very talented with your sport, you could make some money doing, like online fitness training or personal training and things like that don't involve, getting your kit off.
No, for sure. I've been making content for like 6-7 years now. Over 1,000 of the pieces of content have been inspirational, motivational. I've visited over 30 schools in the UK, going to the hardest parts of the UK, inspiring kids from underprivileged backgrounds to get into sport. I've tried that, but I don't know. I found that in this day and age, unless you are smart or find some little controversial thing you can hold on to, it's going to be hard to get attention and sponsorship.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we're in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Claire and Nigel with the stories making the news from the papers today. And this Russian drone attack the Ukrainians launched on them last week. And, talk, Claire, that it could have been as much as 40 aeroplanes destroyed.
And who are the Russians blaming?
Well, the Russians are blaming us. They're blaming the UK. They said it's all
we shouldn't be surprised about that. I mean, I'm just surprised that we think that we can supply drones and get it with nothing to do with us, so fine.
and it's not just the drones, it's also all of the intelligence that goes alongside it.
So right, so what's the consequences?
What are the consequences? Well, Russia will retaliate in a certain manner. We don't know if that's going to be more bombing in Ukraine because there's some question about how he can legitimately go around any kind of ceasefire agreement.
But would they retaliate against Britain, is what I'm saying?
I think they probably would, but they're not going to do it in quite such an obvious fashion. The Russians are very good at launching things like cyber attacks, which crippled the NHS and banks and places like Marks and Spencer's and online ordering. They will do more of those sort of disruptive methods. I don't think they would be as brazen as to go after individuals on the street, as they have done previously with Salisbury. I don't think it would be something like a drone attack, but I do think it's something that will cripple the country financially, and that is what hits hard.
I think there's too much information given. I think the Ukrainians give too much information about how they launched this attack. And, I mean, Starmer last week saying, we're having a munitions factory in Belfast and in Glasgow and in Wales. And why give, if the Russians do want to press a button and fire a missile somewhere down the line, why tell them? Why make it easy for them?
This is the problem. And what the Russian ambassador to Britain is saying, Andrei Kelin, he's saying that this could lead to World War III, which is quite a sort of serious sort of threat. I don't think that's true, but it's still an unpleasant threat. And I think Claire's probably right. What we will see is just more Russian attacks. It'll be the cyber attacks. It'll be going for our undersea cables. Hence, one of the reasons for the Strategic Defence Review, to see how we can actually protect those things.
This talk of World War III, I mean, it comes all the time from all sorts of areas, doesn't it? But there's a little lady I often meet in my corner shop, and she is seriously worried about World War III. And she asked me, because she knows I'm on the news, she says, is it real? Have we declared war on somebody? And I have to sort of keep calming it down. But
yeah, and I think that's
everybody's throwing that around, aren't they, as a threat of some sort?
It's probably nearer now than it has been for 60-odd years. That's the only problem.
It is causing anxiety.
Yeah, it is, yes.
But why would you think there would be no consequence? Why do you think, you know, we can go and make all these drones, we can give them to the Ukrainians or whoever, they can destroy 40 Russian aircraft and, well, nothing to do with us. Of course it's something to do with us.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but we like to be able to sort of shrug our shoulders and say, oh, well, you know, we're just supplying it. If we didn't, someone else would. But you're right, it doesn't really hold any weight because the UK are responsible for a lot of intelligence gathering and ammunitions.
And isn't it true to say that complacently we probably have hidden under the umbrella of the US for years and just thought they'll take it on. If there's any trouble, the USA will take it on.
And what is interesting here is they're not blaming the USA. This is sort of so you know that it's us.
OK, well, that's all the politics for the moment because we've got to find out about the weather, far more controversial.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea. By mid-morning, many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland, plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and into the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that'll keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A9 at Calvine is experiencing restrictions in both directions due to planned maintenance. Drivers are advised to approach with caution and expect extended travel times. On the A470 southbound from Nantgarv to Corriton, congestion is affecting traffic flow. For motorists travelling near Wakefield, the M1 northbound entry slip at junction 39 is currently closed, with a resolution expected by 8:55 this morning. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast and London North Western Railway services are experiencing disruptions between Stafford and Rugby via Lichfield Trent Valley. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
It's the final week to see how you could be our biggest winner yet, touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things. Don't miss out as lines close on the 6th of June. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Patrick Christie's. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The bromance is over. Elon Musk and Donald Trump throw punches as a breakdown in relations plays out for the world to see.
Yes, the US president's so-called big, beautiful bill is condemned now by Musk.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, but I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Well, as the tech billionaire calls for the president to be impeached, what exactly might come next in this epic bust-up?
Now, there may well be signs of relief in Downing Street this morning as Labour has pulled off an unexpected by-election victory in Hamilton in Scotland. But Reform UK just 1,400 votes behind.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here.
Labour win the Hamilton by-election with SNP and Reform in second and third place. But what does it mean for next year's Holyrood elections? Is 18 years of SNP rule about to come to an end?
And, of course, there's been another Reform casualty. The party chairman, Zia Youssef, has quit after a row, allegedly, over whether to ban the burqa. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp took aim at Reform's leadership on our programme earlier.
Mr Youssef, the chairman of Reform, resigning in a massive huff. So I think, Reform is sort of a one-man personality cult, isn't it?
81 years since D-Day, and GB News remembers those who laid down their lives to secure our freedom.
And bosses at Britain's biggest water companies are banned from getting bonuses in a landmark crackdown on pollution.
Do you recognise anyone in this clip?
I wonder.
Well, there you are. That's Anne Diamond on her holiday in Cyprus.
Afraid not.
No, a clip of two British women fighting on the streets of Tenerife, OK? We're debating very shortly whether British people are the worst possible tourists. What sort of advert is
The showery June weather continues during the next couple of days, but there will be some bright spells in between the downpours. Find out the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
Just after 8 o'clock on this Friday morning. A very good morning to you. I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Now, we're going to be talking about a scuffle and fisticuffs in Tenerife. We're also going to talk about it in the USA at the White House. The bromance has soured. The tech billionaire Elon Musk and the American President Donald Trump have thrown punches on social media and in and around the White House in what's been described as an epic fallout.
Yes, Elon Musk has claimed on X that Donald Trump is named in the Epstein files. He's also called for the president to be impeached and replaced by his vice president.
Well, I should say, 2 weeks ago in this very studio, we had Elon Musk's daddy. And he said, Donald and Elon, besties, best of friends. They get on so well together. Have a listen. Your son is different. Elon he's different. I'll put it like that. Donald Trump's different. They're huge characters, both of them.
Yes.
How would you sum them up? Do they get on together?
Oh, yes, of course. They're different, they're different generation to start with. So from Elon's point of view, it's Mr. Trump. And, from Trump's point of view, it's Elon. So, that's the situation. And, Elon's a respectful guy. So, no, the relationship there is exquisitely good, wonderful. I've just been there, and last month, April. No, it's very, very good, very, very good.
Famous last words. Here's James Heal. James is the deputy political editor for The Spectator. And, well, I suppose you can't really say anything else. You couldn't really say anything else there. But where did it all begin to go wrong?
Well, I think there was always tensions from the start. I mean, these are two of the most enigmatic, erratic, perhaps, characters in American public life.
Both used to getting their own way.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Huge egos. Both used to the world of business, deal-making. And perhaps very much their attraction to fans was not being political insiders. And I think from the start, people were always saying there's only going to be one way it falls out. Most people tend to fall out with Trump. And now Musk is just the latest casualty in a long line of people. And given the sort of different interests that Musk had in terms of he's much more pro-China, in terms of his businesses, in terms of his electric cars, etc., I think some within Team Trump were just putting money on when, not if, they were going to fall out.
Because what was inside this big, beautiful bill was a clause that was really going to knock Elon Musk's Tesla company. In fact, already has, because the shares have actually plummeted, haven't
Yeah, they've gone down by 14%. And I think that's what we've got to remember, is that Elon Musk is fundamentally a businessman first. There was a judicial race a couple of months ago in which Musk ploughed huge amounts of money in it. And they lost, and that backfired. And I think that Musk had become a political issue, and that is a liability to Tesla stockholders. And he will have been privately talked to by people within his company, Tesla, saying, you are hurting your company. It's time to step back now. He left his office as head of Doge last week. And I think that he can clearly see that Trump carries a political cost as well. He previously thought being close to the world's most powerful political man would help him, but actually it seems to be hurting him.
Yes, that's interesting, because when Trump was inaugurated this second time, he surrounded himself with tech billionaires, didn't he? But the others have sort of kept their distance slightly, whereas Elon absolutely plunged in there.
Well, it was only, I think, 3 months ago that Elon Musk was tweeting, I love Donald Trump as much as any straight man can love another man. And was saying, had a cap in the White House saying Trump was right about everything. And now look where we are. And it's just the extremes, the histrionics, all this sort of emotion that goes into it. And I think it just reflects a growing, dawning realisation in Musk that Trump is not serving his interests anymore.
Well, his interest is in business. It's always in business and doing deals and things. And here you have, Musk's business is business. And the two aren't necessarily mixing, and one can have a big hold over the other.
Yeah, massively so. And I think they've both had this kind of always unstable alliance between, shall we say, the nativist right, which was Donald Trump, and the kind of tech libertarian bros on the libertarian right. And they sort of came together, and it was going to be big tech and the sort of Republican America First movement. And for a while, the coalition held for 4 or 5 months or so. But Musk, of course, said that, Trump wouldn't have won the election without him. It would have been, the House would have gone to the Democrats. It would have been a much more narrow Senate. And he plunged a huge amount, hundreds of millions of his own dollars in. And now it seems the alliance is coming apart because there were always going to be tensions in that. Fundamentally, the tech bros really care about their businesses, which have given them so much wealth and power. And Trump obviously has a very different constituency, very different interests to serve. He has to keep his political coalition together, and now it seems to be coming apart.
I mean, they say a week is a long time in politics. I mean, the next 24 hours could see them kissing and making up. You don't know, do you?
And of course, you know, they've come apart now because Musk's thinking about his business. 3 years' time, maybe they get back together. Maybe Musk backs Vance, who, of course, very close to Peter Thiel, who's another tech pro.
Now, that's interesting, isn't it? Because Musk said in his last tweet that J.D. Vance should take up the presidency. It ain't going to happen, but not the way he says it's going to happen.
Impeach Trump and replace him with Vance was what Musk suggested. I certainly think J.D. Vance will be the great white hope of those tech bros come 2028. Yep.
And what about the job that Musk was given to do, you know, to cut back waste and extreme spending within government? Did he touch upon that, or how good did he do?
Well, this is a great point, because we have on The Spectator this morning Raheem Kassam, who's someone who's very close to Steve Bannon in Trump world, that kind of faction of the different Trump world, and he's made the point that, you know, Musk was talking about cutting 1.5 trillion from the US waste. He actually only got a fraction of that. At the last count, it was something like, I think it was about sort of less than around 50 billion, which is nothing, which obviously not insubstantial, but nothing compared to what Musk was promising. So I do think Doge was a bit underwhelming. There was some stuff they exposed initially, talking about US aid, etc. But I think among the MAGA movement, the sense is Doge is yesterday's show, and now they're moving on to other battles.
And looking towards J.D. Vance. Because it was Bannon who said, again in the last 24 hours, that Trump should deport Elon Musk because he was born in South Africa. But he is a bona fide US citizen, isn't he?
I think.
Or is that arguable?
I think that's contention. That's the debate that's going on in Trump world right now. I don't think he's going to get deported. I mean, look, there was some in Trump world who wanted him to deport Prince Harry back to us before the election. I think that Musk is going to stay there in the US, but it again shows the differences between the kind of Steve Bannon camp, who want a much more America first, national conservatism, whereas Musk obviously wanted quite more visas, for instance, for highly talented immigrants. That was something that the MAGA movement really hated.
James, we'll speak again later on. Thank you very much indeed. Have your say about what James is having his say on, or what do you think about the relationship and where it's destined to go from here on in. So gbnews.com/your say.
But back to domestic politics, because that's been really interesting as well in the last 24 hours. Labour, which nobody really expected, have triumphed ahead of the SNP and Reform in the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse by-election in Scotland. Upon being announced the winner, Labour's Davy Russell wasted no time in taking aim at Nigel Farage's party.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here. Reform have no real answers to the issues we face, and they can't beat the SNP here or replace them across Scotland. And for Ross, can you see me now?
Our man Christopher Hope is standing by in Hamilton to bring us all the atmosphere of the morning after the night before. Chris, good morning to you.
Oh yeah, while he sorts himself out.
You were getting the very latest news there on your phone, and we're now with you. What are you looking? What's going on? What's tickling you?
Oh, can Chris hear us? I'm not sure he can. No. It's working out all of the wiring and everything. It is, but apparently a lot of people. I wonder whether, and this is not me getting at Reform, but I just wonder whether the Reform UK people were expecting to do a bit better than they did. Whether that's why everybody is watching that particular by-election, and the SNP smashed into second place by Labour, which does seem to have been an unexpected result. However, if you're Reform UK supporter, a lot of people will see that as quite a win for them, because if they can achieve that, having come from nowhere, how much better could they do in 3 or 4 years' time? I think Chris has actually got his wiring worked out. Chris, can you break down for us what's happened overnight and who's done badly and who's done well?
Morning, Eamon. Morning, Alan. Sorry about that. I couldn't hear what you were saying. But yes, big winners overnight are the Labour Party and Reform UK. Labour, of course, winning a seat held by the SNP here in Hamilton since 2011. A big win for them, a big boost for Sir Keir Starmer, who's had a very difficult 11 months as Prime Minister, as we know well on GB News. A big boost for Anna Sarwar, who now has real chances and I hope to be the First Minister here in Scotland at the parliamentary elections next year. But also a big win, I think, for Reform UK. All three main parties lost votes. Reform UK was the biggest gainer. It's worth noting that back in 2021, Anne Lehman, when this seat was fought at the Scottish parliamentary elections, Reform won 58 votes, just 58 votes. They were 12th when it was last fought. Last night they won 7,000 votes. They're now third. They've got real pretensions, I think, about winning some form of big representation in the Scottish Parliament next year. That's because the list system means that if you get, say, 20% of the vote, you will end up with 25 MSPs. The idea of Reform UK being a political force in Scotland felt ridiculous a year ago. The party's leader, Nigel Farage, didn't even campaign in Scotland for the head of the July 4th general election. He's barely been here, but frankly, his party now could have a lot of support in the Parliament next year. Real power when you thought this party was an English nationalist party, no longer.
Very, very interesting, and of course a lot of people are reading into it what could happen 3 or 4 years' time, and maybe throughout the UK, not just up there in Scotland. But Chris, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Looks quite nice up there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very nice roundabout. You know, I have this thing about roundabouts. I do think that, you know, councils should spend money, first of all, on hanging baskets and making a place look clean, getting rid of graffiti. And if you make a place look clean and tidy, you will feel clean and tidy yourself.
Yeah.
Just feel better about your whole atmosphere.
So you like a good roundabout, do you?
I like a good roundabout. I think it's nice when somebody sponsors it.
Do you get anxious whenever I see one of our reporters, or reporters from any station, standing there with all the traffic hanging around behind them? Huge, great buses and lorries seem to be coming so close. I think, no, stand further back, stand further back. I'm always frightened they're going to be run over.
It's nearly happened to me a few times.
Yeah, I'll bet. And a few stand-ups in your time.
Yes, people want the sort of credit for knocking you over, don't they? That's what they do.
I'll bet.
Aidan McGivern wants the credit for it. Now, I was just talking about the weather situation, and I thought when I was coming in, there was the most beautiful sunshine, absolutely gorgeous, and no, it's gone away apparently.
Yeah, it's dark, miserable and cold again.
Wet.
Absolutely. It's anorak time again. Is it going to be like that today, though? I'm praying for a bit of sunshine. Let's find out.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea by mid-morning. Many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland, plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and to the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that'll keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, here's the thing. Here's something you thought you'd never see the end of, but today is the end. After 3.5 years, yes, the Great British Giveaway.
It feels like it to some.
It does. This is a long one, but what a prize! What a prize!
It's the Great British Motorhome Giveaway.
Yeah.
67 grand's worth of motorhome, 5 grand's worth of tax-free cash. Here's how to take part.
And it ends today.
It's the final day to see how you could be our biggest winner to date. Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be spending your summer touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome, worth over £67,000. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things, or just spend it however you like. You have to hurry. Lines close at 4 p.m. today. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Oh, we've got a great clip to show you now. Well, it depends what way you look at this clip. It's uncouth. It's on.
Well, at first you think it's funny, and then you realise it. It's
if that
two
was your
women
mother
absolutely
or your sister or
brawling.
your wife or whatever. So they're having a scrap and they're being filmed. I would suspect alcohol may have been to blame there somewhere. So when you go on holiday, what would it take for you to end up in a real kerfuffle like that? And it raises the question, are Britons the worst tourists in the world? Okay, we're going to be discussing that next.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
My mum booted me out. She kicked me out. I was 15 going on 16. Yeah. And she'd had enough. And, I think she, like lots of parents, have their own issues as well. And I slept on the streets of Manchester for 12 months, which is, was sort of an experience in itself. Regular occurrence, being beaten up, being urinated on, getting ill, feeling horrible. And someone took me in at first, and so I was essentially groomed into a gang that were involved in nefarious means, and it was similar. It wasn't drugs, but it was similar to sort of the stuff you hear about county lines, where I was essentially a bit of a stooge, bit of a runner. Here, go and do us a favour, and we'll put a roof over your head. That then I fled that eventually after I think close to a year. And it all come crumbling down. A few months later, there was phone calls from the police, you need to come in, otherwise we're going to arrest you.
When did you change?
I thought, I'm trying to find a bit of part-time work to get by around college. And they said, well, the thing is, it's the law. We've got to be careful about data protection. And in my sort of naive mind at the time, I thought, right, I'm going to write to my MP. They can change the law. They're going to do it. We're going to,
Good luck with that.
This. Yeah, quite. I know now the difference. So in the end, always being a bit creative and a bit of a talker, as you'll know.
Yeah.
I thought, no, I'm going to interview my MP. I thought, no, actually, I'm going to interview MPs, plural. So I went around the country, essentially knocking on doors with a letter, explaining my situation, going, this isn't right. So I interviewed Jonathan Aitken, former Tory Cabinet Minister. Andy Burnham took me under his wing because I had a bit of a go at him and said, you've agreed with me for the last 45 minutes of this interview. What have you done about it?
Yeah.
And he said, I like your attitude. Why don't you come and shadow me in Westminster?
GB News, the People's Channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, we're going to show you this again. You can all let your hair down on holiday or let loose, but maybe not this far. This might be taking it too far.
Yeah, if you're listening on the radio, we're basically watching this. I mean, it's a clip that somebody's videoed and put up online of two women fighting in the street in Tenerife. They are British tourists and they have lost it. They're absolutely going at each other like...
So we're going to debate whether Brits are the worst tourists abroad, OK?
We certainly have that reputation.
Well, here's travel correspondent Simon Calder and journalist and broadcaster Mike Parry.
Ooh.
Very good to see you both. Mike, what do you think about Britain's reputations, and are we the worst there is? What do you think?
No, we're not the worst there is by any means. I think we're the best there is, OK? I think the reputation of Britons around the world is very, very high. I've been welcomed into the White House. I've been welcomed into the Kremlin. I've sailed across the Atlantic in the QE2 and flown over there in the Concorde. And every time, wherever I've been, maybe it would be the Sydney Opera House, maybe Singapore slings drinking in Raffles in Singapore. Everywhere I've been welcomed back. And I've been greeted warmly, because that's the reputation. Britons, and a gentleman like me, an Englishman abroad, that's the reputation we have around the world. It's a horrible clip that you've been shown this morning, and I totally agree. It doesn't do us any good as Britons, but it's a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of behaviour from Britons abroad. And I've seen worse, by the way, down on the quayside in Newcastle on a Friday night.
Yeah, but how bad is it, Simon? I mean, is it typical? Is it atypical?
Oh, it's completely typical. Look, I'm sorry, we are the worst tourists in the world. Fair enough.
No.
Some would say that the Russians give us a run for our money, but I'll tell you what, it's not actually our fault. I'm just going to quote you. I'm here in Vilnius, watching out for the traffic, as you were discussing earlier, but just behind me is the Portobello pub with a big sign in English saying the staff of the Portobello cannot and will not serve loud, rude, drunk, I'm just paraphrasing there, debauched, obnoxious, ignorant people. And that's in English. And yes, they do mean us.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think they do. I mean, English is the common language of the world, so it's bound to be in English. But, Simon, I mean, you know, your reputation is beyond compare. But have you never seen a group of Swedes in Spain? Have you never seen Germans at an international football tournament? We're not the worst by any means. I think we're one of the best. I really do. Because we take with us the British culture and people love us. I've never been rejected anywhere. I've always been welcomed back. And that's because I take my British values with me. It is disgraceful what these two ladies have allegedly got into. Do you know what I do? When they get back, identify them and take their passports off them for 5 years so they can't sully the reputation of our country again.
What I think we're bad at, though, we're not good at communicating with other nationalities. We're not good at the foreign languages, which I think puts us at a bit of a disadvantage.
Oh, no, it puts us at a huge advantage, and that's one reason why we are the worst, but it's not our fault. It's because we've been spoilt. We've been told, oh, yeah, you don't need to learn any of those funny foreign languages because everybody speaks English, and you'll get the warning signs about not being drunk in English. And that if the world language was Lithuanian and we actually had to buckle down and learn something and learn a bit more of other cultures, then we would be better tourists. But for the last 75 years since package holidays officially began in 1950, we've been able to get British food, we've been able to behave as we wish, and we've got away with it. And so It's genuinely not our fault. But of course, we want there to be more respect for British tourists. We're going to have to earn that. And I'm afraid the way things are going, we're not likely to do that.
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with any of that. Why should we learn Spanish if everybody in Spain in the tourist industry speaks English? Because English is spoken in England and in the United States of America. So why would you go around? Why would you learn Lithuanian? I mean, Simon, I've known you for a long time. Your reputation is high, but to see you sullying our country like this, I have to say, is rather disappointing to me.
Well, I do agree that he's not wearing a hat like yours. Many of our viewers are already writing in and saying, "What's with the hat, Mike Parry?"
Well, you look as if you're on your holidays. That's good.
Simon.
No, it's my summer hat. I mean, when I go abroad, I want to be an Englishman abroad. So I'll get off the plane and I'll raise my hat like this and say how great it is to be in your country. Thank you for welcoming me. And it's warm. The reception I get everywhere I go is warm. I think I'm a typical Englishman abroad. I'm proud of my country and I take that pride with me.
Last word for you, Simon.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear it. I've got a hat too, but it's not as good as yours, my goodness.
No, it's not.
But look, we are guests in people's country, exactly as you say, and we need to behave like respectful guests. At the moment, I'm sorry to say, some of us don't. But the thing is, British tourists are so valuable as a source of cash that, frankly, we are allowed to get away with it.
Well, thank you very much indeed, both of you. Wherever you're going for your holidays this year, you're always on your holidays, I suppose, Simon. But the weather's so good in Vilnius. But thank you both very much indeed. That's excellent.
Absolutely.
So
Actually, we've just had a message.
How long does it take for you? How long does it take for you to lose your cool and be like one of those women in Tenerife there? What would it take? Could you ever imagine?
I couldn't imagine brawling like that over anything. Nothing is worth losing your dignity that badly, is it? We just had a message from somebody whose name I can't read out because it's one of those coded things. As a flight attendant, I can honestly say the calibre of Brits going to these destinations is appalling. I've always said how I feel sorry for the locals that have to look after those morons.
Alcohol.
It makes me ashamed to be British.
Airlines feeding them alcohol, airports feeding them alcohol as well. I remember, filming the way we would, and people, cabin crews tend to confide in you and whatever it is, and they just told me, stay away from an Ibiza flight on a Friday, Eamon.
Is that right? An Ibiza flight on a Friday?
I said, forget that.
Yeah, I'll bet there are some flights.
I was flying back into Newcastle. That might have been a bigger telltale sign.
Well, before we get into any more danger, let's just talk about traffic and travel.
Yes.
Here's the latest update for you.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Both directions of the A9 at Calvine are restricted due to planned maintenance, so motorists should prepare for extended journey times. Delays exist on the southbound A470 between Nantgar and Corriton. In Staffordshire, the A50 eastbound between the A522 and A518 at Uttoxeter East is congested with a 15-minute delay. Surrey's M25 clockwise has a broken-down vehicle between junctions 5 and 6, causing a lane closure. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast is experiencing disruptions between Stafford and Rugby via Lichfield Trent Valley. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Other big news around is that David Beckham is going to get his knighthood after years of trying to win over the royals. I think after years of deserving it. We'll be discussing that next with Aidan McGee.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk then? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Martin Daubney. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Right, so front page of the Sun today says, "Arise, Sir Becks," and we've got Aidan McGee, our sportsman, to talk about this one. He's waited long enough for it, Aidan, hasn't he?
You could say that, Eamon. Good morning to you and Dan, first of all. But yeah, I mean, look, he was given an OBE back in 2003. So yeah, I kind of think he was made to pay for that outburst that he was alleged to have given back in, 9-10 years ago, when he criticised Catherine Jenkins, of course. But when we look back at the totality of his career, I don't think anyone can really have any arguments. I mean, you think about it, 115 England caps, 5 years as captain. He appeared in 3 major tournaments. And think as well where he was in France 98. There were effigies hanging off lampposts because he'd been sent off for that kick out of Diego Simeone in the second round game against Argentina in Montpellier. So, look, that was... From that point onwards, it's difficult to see where he went. Sir Alex Ferguson got him into Old Trafford, he got him into the Man United machine, and they really looked after him. But it still took so much for him to come back, and all the abuse he was receiving every ground he went to come back from that, and to produce, I think within a year, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he won the treble within 12 months of that in 1999. So everything that with the football goes without saying. We all know about that. But then there's all the other stuff. He's an icon of style. He's an icon of fashion. He's an icon of beekeeping these days, as we saw in his Netflix documentary last year. You've also got to consider that he was the torchbearer for London 2012. And what he's doing in Miami now, the first British owner of a franchise in the US with FC Miami, Inter Miami, that's groundbreaking as well. And he's making a good success of it. And also, I don't know about you, but I was thinking maybe you could offer some ideas on this. But I was thinking, is there a more famous British export, aside from a few members of the royal family, over the last 10, 15 years? Certainly nobody's living right now, I don't think.
Yeah. I think he's a great, what do they call it? A great British institution. He's a treasure. Isn't he?
He is.
A national treasure, and I think we should be proud of him. I know he's not perfect, and of course he was so utterly famous
But who
that
is?
the tabloid press were always willing to try and unearth things about him and everything. But nevertheless, as a family, they have been pretty strong. I know they've got problems at the moment with Brooklyn, but as a family, they're pretty strong. He's always said the right things as a father, as a great human being.
Doesn't that make Victoria then Lady Victoria?
Yeah, she'll be Lady Beckham.
Absolutely,
Which she'll be very pleased about. And the other Spice Girls will be furious, but there you go.
It's the King's birthday list, and I believe it's going to be confirmed next week if the front page of The Sun is correct.
It's quite a big scoop for The Sun. Aidan, thank you so much.
Appreciate it, Aidan. Thank you very much indeed.
As a Man United fan, what do you think? I mean, he's a Man United treasure,
Definitely. He's a football treasure. He's a great export for this country as well, it has to be said. And, you've got to, footballers can have, magnificent skills on the pitch. What do they then do afterwards? Can they become a manager? Not always. What are they going to do after? The commentator, whatever? There's not only so many jobs to go around. But he just keeps himself pertinent in so many ways with so many people and keep promoting football.
I wonder what outfit Victoria will wear.
I don't think she'll be short of one.
No, I don't think so. It'll be fun. Anyway, I think that it's nice to have some good news, and that's good news, isn't it? Can't we all celebrate that?
Not all good news with Claire Purcell and Nigel Nelson. They've got stories in the papers there, standing by with that husband and wife look of what's there after we bring you the sunshine in the top European destinations.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Whilst the weekend brings a lot of unsettled weather to the UK, it's going to be dry and sunny for much of the Mediterranean, although unsettled through the Alps and the south of France. It's across Iberia where it's going to be particularly sunny and hot, with the heat building day by day through Saturday, Sunday and early next week across southern and central Spain. High 30s, low 40s by early next week. Similarly hot across Italy with low to mid 30s. Plenty of sunshine across the board and staying that way into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
You also represented Cerys Vaughan, who was the 18-year-old young woman who was banned by the FA from playing football for pointing out that there was a biological male, on the opposite team. There's been a successful finding, and that, although actually it doesn't seem to be that it was that they admitted culpability, it was that the person involved in the case withdrew their complaint.
Yes, well, it was a bit of a drawn-out process for poor Cerys, because she went through the process of being told that she had, in fact, broken the rules through a hearing that took place, and then she had to appeal that decision.
And I heard that the initial hearing was like 3 hours long, and she was crying. And...
Yes, so there were no adjustments made for Cerys at the time. We found out later, or she got a diagnosis later, that suggested she was suffering with autism.
And she was only 17 at the time.
And she was only 17, so she was still a minor. But we contended that it was procedurally unfair. At the time she was questioned, she got very tearful, and the tribunal at that point decided not to continue with the hearing, rather than provide some form of adjustment to enable her to continue giving evidence, and that in itself was unfair. So we were able to successfully help her appeal. And yes, you're absolutely right. At the end, it was that the original decision was considered to be an unfair decision based on a procedural unfairness, and so a new hearing was actually due to take place. Obviously, we try and take on cases that we think fit within the free speech arena. And we do have a lot of cases come in, and we try and help people as much as possible. There are occasions when cases come to us and we see very clearly it's not one for us.
GB News, the People's Channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're delighted to welcome back Colin and our Nigel.
What?
There's a reason we mentioned.
There's a reason we mentioned it, yeah.
Nigel and Claire, and the reason, sorry, I'm a bit caught up there. There were certain names, and
there are names that have been endangered species.
Anne warned me to be very kind about.
Because I know one of the names, but the names that are in danger are Nigel.
Well, we start with Steve. So an SOS.
Steve. I would never have thought Steve.
No, but apparently it's the newly endangered name. Oh. So an SOS has got out. Save our Steve.
Oh.
So Steve is top of the list now of names that are just are going out of fashion. Mm. We then get Colin Craig, Derek, Gareth, Tyrone, Phil.
Tyrone?
Wolfgang. I wouldn't have thought have been in fashion.
No, I'm surprised about Wolfgang. I just think, what a lovely name. That's worth remembering.
Yeah, but apparently that's gone. And of course,
Diamond, I don't know.
Nigel went out of fashion with the dinosaurs, so I would be that's disappeared completely.
Weird that, isn't it? The way names.
You think Nigel's already gone? Do you?
It has definitely gone.
Yeah.
Definitely gone.
But
yes.
I would say Eamon would be the same. I never.
In Ireland, surely there are lots of Eamons.
Yeah. I don't think it's on trend. If you're with me, I think names like Declan and Connor and things are more so.
You're not on the list anyway. Eamon has not been mentioned on this list.
No. I never liked the name Eamon, but I was named after Eamon Andrews.
You were.
Yeah.
Of course you were.
My mother was stuck for a name, and she was in hospital, and there was a magazine in front of her, and there was a picture of Eamon Andrews, and he had a mop of black curly hair, and she looked at me and said, "There's my little Eamon."
That's lovely.
That was it.
I was Anne because my mother wanted to give me a name that wouldn't be shortened. Instead, everybody calls me Annie. I always do that to a name.
So, you lengthen it instead.
You're Anne with an E.
Yeah. Annie.
You could shorten it. You could take the E off.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's not the right way to spell it at all, for heaven's sake. And Tyrone, I mean, was Tyrone... I know that Tyrone Power was a famous actor, wasn't he?
Yes.
But that's the only context I know the name Tyrone.
Oh, it's Coronation Street.
Oh.
I suppose, I mean, that's where people take a lot of their sort of inspiration from soaps. I mean, my name was after a song.
Well, I think...
Go on.
Donovan. No. Which song is it?
This is really embarrassing, isn't it? It was, I want to say Simon and Garfunkel, but it's not.
What are you looking for, sorry?
Song Claire.
In the 1970s.
No, this wasn't Donovan. Claire.
I don't think it was. It's one of those... Anyway, that was my mum listened
Gilbert O'Sullivan.
Gilbert O'Sullivan. There you go. I knew we'd get there eventually.
You've never told me this. This is finding out things about you.
Oh, it's a lovely song.
And my mum really liked it, so
Which
she decided...
song are we talking about?
Claire by Gilbert O'Sullivan.
We'll find it.
I saw you. I think he was an underappreciated artist.
Yes, he was. He was good. It's a lovely song.
Yeah. He's still good stuff. I tell you this, though, no matter what you choose to call your child, it becomes it. It doesn't matter how weird or strange or...
Oh, no, I think you look at a newborn baby and you think, oh, no, you don't look like... I was going to call you so-and-so, but you don't look like that.
Yes. Yeah, no, I had that. I had that. So there were two names that were for my son. And the first one I'd chosen, I looked at him and I went, no, you're really not that. And he is his name, and he became that. And again, it was a name that couldn't be shortened, which is what I wanted.
But the lovely Paula Wilcox, not Paula Wilcox, Paula, who was married to Bob Geldof. Paula
Yates.
Yates. She had that. The reason they called their babies these extraordinary long names, like Fifi Trixie Bell, was that she thought of nominative determinism. If you give them a special name, they'll become a special person.
Okay.
And I think she had something there.
I think so, but I do think they become the name that you give them. They kind of grow into.
Yeah,
and I
they
think
grow
sometimes if you overburden.
But that means it's very, very important to choose the right name.
Yeah, but I mean, what happens at school though? I mean, with sort of Fifi Trixabel at school would
She
not
was just
be.
called Fiefs by the entire family.
Oh, okay, so she got away with it, basically.
Peaches was Peach, and no. But she knew. But you know your name, don't you? And you do live up to it.
I do like the idea. I mean, particularly of keeping, in my case, Irish names alive. You know, I've got a son called Niall. I've got a son called Declan, as well. Eamon is there. Connor, Colm.
Yeah.
Not Colin, Colm.
Colm, yeah. As in Colm Wilkinson, like the singer.
Yeah.
But you see, I had a son born on March 17 who, and
St Patrick's Day.
St Patrick's Day. So I said, right, he's got to have the name of an Irish king. And I did all this research, trying to find a really good name. In the end, we settled for Connor too.
Oh.
But he was an Irish king. They're important names, aren't they?
They are, yeah. I don't like mine, but I've been stuck with it for life, so...
Yeah.
What do people call you, Nige?
Yeah, I've had a bit of Nige, but it's just a name I've never actually liked. The only thing is it does alliterate with Nelson, so it looked good on a newspaper byline.
Yeah,
Sotheby's has just announced the sale of a handbag. Now, Anne, tell me about this handbag.
No, Claire told us about the
I
handbag.
thought you knew about handbags.
No, Claire knows about this specific one.
Right, this is called the original Birkin.
So this was the original Hermes Birkin bag, named after Jane Birkin, the actress. And it was so the inventors of Hermes bags decided that they would make one, came across Jane Birkin on a flight, absolutely loved her, wanted to know why she didn't have one, and she said, well, if you make one with pockets, I'll have it. So they did, and this became the original Birkin bag, which is the it bag for everybody.
No, I think
this is sort of 60s
we've
bag,
got a picture of it there, but the strap line goes right across the bag.
In the 1980s was more this one.
Really?
Yeah, and so this is now going up for auction. So this is the original prototype. It's got her initials, JRB, on the bag itself. Very, very closely
She must have known that was very special then, I suppose.
So, but she didn't know it was particularly special because she used it for everyday use. It's battered. It has stickers of things that she supports.
We think that's it there. That
Médecins Sans Frontières. Yeah, so it's a real bashed-up bag. It's been loved and worn and used. The corners are all ragged. But it's going. The reserve price is undisclosed unless you sign up for the auction itself.
So the previous one was sold in 2021, and that went for £377,000.
What?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of money for a bag.
This is. I think you're going to look at $500,000 for this, at least. For this particular bag.
People with the money to be able to buy something, what do they do with it?
You're not going to carry it around, are you?
No.
Which is a shame, because I think if I had one of these bags, and they're very nice bags, a Birkin 30.
Well, would you carry it around and risk getting mugged?
I'd carry it. Why not?
You'd
Life
use
is
it.
too short. I would absolutely.
If you paid $500,000 for it, you'd use it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you need to be able to use something. Life is too short to have it sitting there in the cupboard in a dust bag.
I'd watch the bank account.
So, Nigel,
Yes, I will.
if we entered into a nuclear war or there was a nuclear attack, where would you sit it out?
Well, apparently, well, certainly I would, along with the 24% of other people in this survey, you go to the pub. And what one of the drinkers says is, look, if you've got an hour before oblivion strikes, use that hour to get oblivious. So it seems like a really good idea. So 24% would go to the pub, 18% would make a makeshift shelter if you knew a nuclear bomb was about to drop on you, and 14%, who are probably the most sensible, would say no point doing anything, they just sit it out.
Yeah. Why would you want to survive it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's always that.
Nuclear fallout and people with three heads.
Well, all the movies we've ever seen about after the nuclear bomb,
frightening, aren't they?
You would not want to survive it at all.
No,
I'd rather just get.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, get it over with.
If you're going to go out, you're going to go out.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Take something to get people to use pubs, wouldn't it? It's a bit drastic, but whatever. That's it. David Beckham, what do you think about David Beckham being made a knight?
Well, what's interesting about this is, I was just looking it up, footballers don't get made knights very often. Bobby Charlton had to wait 28 years after the 1966 World Cup to get a knighthood. Jeff Hurst had to wait 32 years. So I suppose that if Beckham's getting it now, he's a bit in advance of his predecessors.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that's probably now changing, the knighthood with footballers. I mean, you see Gareth Southall, who got a knighthood for nothing.
Becoming second.
But yes, I mean, that was a scandal in 1966. Why all those players, certainly the 11 or the 15 or so of them should have been made knights.
Was Bobby Moore a knight?
He was, yes, he was, but I don't know when he was actually made a knight. Yes, Sir Bobby Moore. Sir Bobby Moore made it at some point, yeah.
But I'm not convinced that you need to get a knighthood for doing your job.
Well, then all these MPs who get knighthood shouldn't have them, should they? They're just doing their job.
Think that generally with honours, you don't get it for doing your job. You should get it for going over and above. And there are far too many, certainly civil servants, in my view, who have just done their job, but it's sort of it's their turn to get
It's their kind of retirement present. It's like getting a gold watch.
The thing that gets me are actors and actresses. You just have to live long enough, and then you become a dame or a lord or sir. So you just any mature female actress is a dame.
I don't know whether that's entirely true.
But it is true.
All right, it's true if you say it is true. But no, it's just that surely by then, if you become a bit of an icon, then you are doing something for your industry.
Yeah.
Are you not?
And I think as long as you're giving back, if you are an ambassador for a cause of any description...
Which Beckham has become, in fairness.
Absolutely, but I think with
ambassador.
actors and actresses, I think if you go on and you are the voice of a particular cause, it feels it's very close to your heart, then, yeah, if you're giving something back and you're being an ambassador...
Believe me, they just live long enough and they get it.
No, I think they have to do something.
Go and look at the list today.
But that's not to say that the people who have got it, just having lived long enough, have actually gone over and above. I don't know. Sometimes it's nice to celebrate a national icon, that's all.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Guys, really nice talking to you today. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed, Claire and Nigel. Thank you.
Time to see if the weather is going to get any better today. Here's Aidan McGivern.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea. By mid-morning, many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland, plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and into the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that will keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The M74 northbound faces disruption with an incident blocking lane 3. Drivers on the A470 southbound may encounter congestion. In North Yorkshire, the A1M northbound between junctions 50 and 51 deals with an overturned vehicle, closing one lane. Near Portsmouth, the M27 eastbound between junctions 11 and 12 has 15-minute delays. Staffordshire's A50 eastbound between junctions with the A518 faces similar delays. And on the trains, Great Western Railway services are reduced between Reading and Gatwick Airport, and Great Northern faces disruptions between Stevenage and Potters Bar. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
It's the final week to see how you could be our biggest winner yet, touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things. Don't miss out as lines close on the 6th of June. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The bromance is over. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are almost literally throwing punches at each other. At least they're doing so anyway on social media, in a breakdown of relations that's playing out in front of the world.
Yes, the American president's big, beautiful bill was condemned by Elon Musk.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here. Better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Well, Elon would differ on that one, and as the tech billionaire calls for the president to be impeached, what exactly might come next in this epic bust-up?
Well, there must be sighs of relief in Downing Street as Labour pulls off an unexpected by-election victory in Hamilton in Scotland. But Reform UK just 1,400 votes behind.
This community has also sent a message to Farage and his mob tonight. The poison of reform isn't us, it isn't Scotland, and we don't want your division here.
Labour win the Hamilton by-election ahead of the SNP and Reform. The Tories a distant fourth. Are we about to see the end of 18 years of SNP rule up here in Scotland?
Another reform casualty. Party chairman Zia Yusuf quits after the row over whether to ban the burqa. The Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp took aim at reform's leadership on this very programme.
Mr. Yusuf, the chairman of Reform, resigning in a massive huff. So I think, Reform is sort of a one-man personality cult, isn't it?
And it's 81 years since D-Day, June the 6th, and GB News remembers those who laid down their lives to secure our freedoms.
Bosses at Britain's biggest water companies are banned from getting bonuses in a landmark crackdown on pollution. The Environment Secretary Steve Reid here very, very shortly to discuss that.
And bend it like Sir Beckham. David Beckham is going to be knighted as soon as next week.
The showery June weather continues during the next couple of days, but there will be some bright spells in between the downpours. Find out the latest details in the forecast coming up soon.
Hello there, very good morning to you on this Friday morning. I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. Talking of 81 years since D-Day, and I totally agree with the Express, who played it very big today, saying that we must remember. Can't find the Express now. Is that it? It is there. Oh, it's lovely. I mean, there's so much going on in the world of politics at the moment, but the Express has decided to go for, I know this is what they feel their readership will want to go for, but I think it's worth remembering on this day that all of the things that our politicians are rowing about and disagreeing about and having the freedom to be able to speak their minds about, this is what it's actually about today on D-Day, because so many people were rushing up those beaches and in Normandy, and they were doing it, and many of them lost their lives the minute they even just opened the door of the, what do you call them, those ships, those boats, delivery boats or whatever they were called. There's so many people lost their lives, and they did it so that we would have the freedom to be able to talk the way we talk and enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy.
And they would have been 3 hours or so into it at this stage, as soon as the sun came up, and they would have been disembarking from those boats.
Yeah, now we've got Sophie Reaper is at Arromanches, which is the village where the beaches lead to Arromanches. That was Gold Beach, I think, Gold Beach. Now, there were 5 Normandy beaches, and I was telling you earlier, if you ever get the chance to go around the Houses of Parliament, look out in the Royal Gallery for the box of sand, because there is, and I think it was a gift from the Normandy Veterans Association, there's a beautiful box there with 5 compartments in it, and it's sand from each of the beaches. And it fills me up just thinking about it, because whenever you look at the sand from the beaches, you think, that's quite something. And it's there, and it has pride of place in the Royal Gallery. I'll find a picture for you a bit later on.
Yeah, goodness me. Well, let's talk about Elon Musk and Donald Trump and what's going on there. The bromance is well and truly soured. I think that's the term for all of that. So let's get the opinion here in the studio this morning. Joining us now is
James Hill.
James Hill, the very man.
And it is extraordinary that this relationship has broken down so quickly, actually.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Elon Musk always had a short-term contract, 120 days. He wanted to go in, he was unpaid, and then he would go back to Tesla. But really, I mean, I think it speaks to 2 things, one of which is the volatile nature of the characters involved, and also the sort of ready availability of social media sites, which is that actually they're playing out on their respective platforms.
Yes.
Elon Musk, the owner of X, formerly Twitter. Donald Trump prefers Truth Social after it was banned by Twitter under its previous ownership, and they're both slagging each other off on that. Trump there in the Oval Office, who you saw a bit earlier, also getting his message across old-form style. And their respective supporters are also taking to different forms of media, all having it out and saying, look, Musk is gone, but the project of Trump will endure.
But it's more than just, an argument, whatever here. This could cost Musk an awful lot of money, an awful lot. And indeed, it already has on share prices.
Yes, it certainly has. And in terms of reputational damage as well, because, Musk had, you look at his popularity ratings, you look at his credibility, he was seen as he was a Democrat, of course, previously, and was seen as someone who was fairly respected sort of 5 years ago. And yet being online, I think some of the posts he's been sending throughout this administration and the stances he's taken have really antagonised a lot of people. And And so I think that, of course, he famously got involved in UK politics at the beginning of the year, sort of called for Farage to go and to take over Reform UK, different leader. And now, obviously, he's now saying that the reason why Donald Trump won't release the Epstein files is because he's in them. He's suggesting that Donald Trump be impeached. And this online radicalisation, which we obviously talk about in very different contexts, but it really seems to be playing out.
$125 billion wiped off Tesla prices overnight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going
to hurt, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly will. And, of course, the long-term consequences are what's he going to do with all that money? Because he had a sort of long-term political action committee involved in the last term election. What will that do in future?
Well, let's now across to domestic politics, where it's all been happening overnight in Hamilton, and join our political editor, Christopher Hope, who hopefully can sort of run down through the figures for us and tell us who the winners and who the losers were, now that you see it in the cold light of day. Christopher, good morning.
Morning, Anne. Morning, Amy. Yeah, there are 2 winners and 2 losers broadly from last night's Hamilton by-election. The big winner, of course, is Labour. They've had a very tricky, nationally, UK-wide, a very tricky 11-month period in office since their landslide last July. But they won, surprisingly, last night's Hamilton by-election by a majority of 602 over the SNP, the party in power here in Scotland for 18 years. That was a big surprise, unexpected by many. What was as surprising was Reform UK getting to 3rd place. Let's put some context on that, shall we? Reform UK were in 12th place the last time this seat was contested in 2021. Now they're 3rd on 7,000 votes, within touching distance, frankly, of the 2 main parties, breathing down their necks. What this means is, looking into next year's Holyrood elections, it looks like Labour could be on course to end 18 years of SNP rule. That's a big moment, but also Reform UK, hitherto dismissed as an English nationalist party, some say a racist party in Scotland, others obviously dispute that point, but they could get as many as 20 or 30 MSPs because of the way they elect MSPs here on the list system. That means if you get, say, 20% of the vote nationally in Scotland, you will then get more than a dozen or so MSPs, and that's why, unbelievably, Nigel Farage's party could be within touching distance of being a real democratic force in Scotland. I remind you that this time last year, at the July the 4th general election, Nigel Farage himself didn't even go to Scotland to campaign. That's how far they've come.
Indeed, it was Nigel Farage as well who said yesterday that he was thanking Zia Yusuf for all the hard work he'd done. He said because knowing that he was back in London doing all the sort of administrative work of running the company, I was going to say, running the party, enabled Nigel to be able to go out and about and actually do some campaigning. But Zia resigned yesterday in the middle of an election, if you like. Do you think it had any effect at all on the Reform vote?
I'm not so sure. I was actually in Hamilton talking to Reform campaigners as they were holding signs up to vehicles going past at 5:30 last night when the tweet came through from Zia Yusuf. I think by then most people have decided how they're going to vote. It may have affected a few hundred. It certainly was, I would say, having not spoken to Zia Yusuf, but it appears to have been done without any regard for Reform UK. If you want to resign as the chairman of the party, do it when no one's voting. Don't do it when there's 4.5 hours left to the end of polls, and that's what he did last night. So clearly, Zia Yusuf did it without a thought for the Reform UK attempt to win this seat. They were some way off that. I don't think it had that big an effect. More going forward, though, I think the importance of Zia Yusuf is really important to Nigel Farage. Him being back in base camp allowed Nigel Farage to campaign around the country. He now needs someone else in that role. Names being put forward: Aaron Banks, the former donor for the 2016 referendum campaign, Anne Widdecombe, who you both will know, of course, the former Tory minister and now a Reform UK campaigner, and others too, maybe even Nick Candy, the billionaire property tycoon, the party's treasurer. He needs someone, though, who can manage an operation. The difference of being in business, you say to your employees, do something, and they do it. In politics, everyone's a volunteer. You've got to persuade them, and that's much more tricky.
Certainly proved tricky yesterday, didn't it? Christopher, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. And as we were saying there in Hamilton, Labour got it, which I think a lot of people were expecting, that maybe Reform would perform as they did in the elections just a while ago. They might actually win it, but not. But they still did well. They still did well.
Well, let's see how you're going to perform in our Great British Giveaway.
Big day today.
Big day. You're going to win it. Today's the day to do it. This is the last day of the competition. It is that motorhome, 67 grand plus 5 grand on top of that for petrol, basically. Good luck to you.
It's the final day to see how you could be our biggest winner to date. Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be spending your summer touring in this stylish Elnag Baron 560 motorhome, worth over £67,000. This brand new 2025 model comes complete with kitchen and bathroom areas and enough space to comfortably sleep a family of 4. We'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to add a few of your favourite things, or just spend it however you like. You have to hurry. Lines close at 4 p.m. today. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Thames Water, Yorkshire Water, Anglican, Wessex, United Utilities, Southern Water, all bad news for directors there. Bosses there are not permitted to receive bonuses with immediate effect, brought about by the Environment Secretary, Steve Reid, and we're delighted to say that he's made himself available to speak to us this morning about this. Pretty drastic. I would say drastic. You know what I mean? It's direct. It's pretty direct what you're doing here. And in fairness, Steve, you haven't wasted much time over the past 3 or 4 weeks dealing with these water companies. You said you would deal with them, and well, you're sticking the boot in, aren't you?
Well, it's good to be with you again, Eamon. And I think what we're doing is right. I think it's justified. I mean, I don't know whether you know how much the water company bosses paid themselves in bonuses over the last 10 years.
Tell us.
It's over £100 million, and all the while they were overseeing record levels of sewage pollution into our rivers, lakes and seas.
And that's
no wonder
just
the
bonuses.
public was.
That's just bonuses.
That's
not
bonuses.
salary. Yeah.
That's just bonus. That was the bonuses. Now, in most people's minds, you get a bonus because you've done a good job. These people were overseeing record levels of sewage dumped in our rivers and our lakes and our seas. Well, the era of profiting from pollution ends today. We've announced, or the regulator has announced, a ban on the bonuses for those 6 water companies that you just named. That's 2/3 of the entire sector. We said before the general election, this is what we'd do. Promise made, promise delivered, and this is a big part of our reset of the water sector, so we can finally clean up the sewage from our waterways.
Now, I think most people listening to that would applaud this move, because it does seem dreadful that these people get huge bonuses for not doing their job properly, frankly. But denying them their bonuses, will it actually do anything about sewage being pumped into our seas and rivers?
It's a part of the package, Anne, but it's not everything. So what we're looking at doing is how can we strengthen enforcement, increase the levels of investment, and modernise the entire system. So on enforcement, we've now launched 81 separate criminal investigations into the water companies, so we can find out what they're doing and hold them to account over the levels of pollution. On investment, we've secured £104 billion of private sector money. That is the biggest investment ever into our water sector. It means we can replace those broken sewage pipes and stop the flow of sewage into our rivers, our lakes, and into our seas. And in terms of modernising the system, well, I've already had an interim report last week from Sir John Cunliffe, who is leading a review into the water sector for me. The final report will be on my desk next month. We'll then pass legislation to strengthen the rules, the regulations, and the regulator, so the abuses that were able to happen in the past that led to this sewage scandal can never happen again.
But Steve, can they happen again? I'm just interested and concerned about this. The reason people are investing in these companies, and they're usually people from overseas, is that it offers a great return. It offers a great return for them for relatively little output. If that becomes less attractive, do people stop investing in our water companies?
Well, I mean, the fact that we've already secured that £104 billion investment shows you that we can get the money to come in that we need. We've basically got a system that's crumbled. You know, underneath our feet are Victorian sewers. They should have been maintained over the last 10 years to stop them collapsing entirely. They weren't, unfortunately. So we're bringing that money in now. And we want to work with investors, good, sensible investors, to make sure the money comes in. But it's not just about the investment. We also have to strengthen regulation. We have to give the regulators the teeth they need to stop the abuses that were going on in the past. I do not think it is an exaggeration to say that water companies were profiting from pollution. We're putting a stop to that. We want to see a successful sector that works well for customers, that works well for the environment, and is attractive to investors who should get a fair return, but not an excessive return.
Can I just ask you about the money? Because if you're going to stop from today those bosses being able to pay themselves huge bonuses, what happens to the money that they would have paid themselves? Can that be invested elsewhere? Or was the money just going to come from us, the consumer, and will we benefit? Who will benefit financially from what you're imposing on them today?
Well, just imagine, Anne, over the last 10 years, over £100 million has been given out in bonuses, despite the levels of failure that we're all so very well aware of. If that money had been invested in upgrading some of those pipes and maintaining them, perhaps they wouldn't have crumbled to the extent that they did. Perhaps we then wouldn't have seen so much sewage swilling into our waterways. We want to focus the water company bosses on fixing the problem with sewage, not just maximising their income with bonuses. And I think I said a moment ago, the British people think it's unfair that you should get a bonus for failing at your job.
Oh, yeah,
if you do well, all well and good. But if you're failing at your job, you shouldn't get the bonus, and that's why we've stopped it.
Steve, it's been a good day for you so far, but that may just have turned sour. I don't know if you've seen the papers today and seen that of the top 10 names in the country that are in danger of falling off the list, the people have stopped naming their children. Number one on the list, they've stopped naming their children Steve.
Well, that's like an arrow through my heart, Eamon. How many Eamons are there, I wonder?
I'm sure.
Well, we were wondering. Yeah, we were wondering.
What your mum and dad would think of that, but goodness me, there you're
well, names come in and out of fashion, don't they? Maybe people watching this will think, you know what, that bonus ban is great. I'm going to name my kid Steve.
That would be it. So Steve is the top name for reckon to be going out of business. SOS, save our Steves. Thank you very much indeed, Steve.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And as we were saying earlier, it's 81 years today since the Normandy landings. We'll be crossing to Sophie Reaper, who's at Arromanches, which was Gold Beach 81 years ago. In a moment.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What is the state of our economy? What is the state of our National Health Service? What is the state of our schools?
What on earth is going on?
Understanding Britain means understanding the state we are in. This is State of the Nation with me, Matt Goodwin, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays from 8 p.m. on GB News.
Welcome back. 81 years it is since D-Day, and I was telling you about the box of sand. If you ever go to the House of to Parliament, look for the box of sand, because that has a compartment for every sand, for every beach in Normandy.
Goodness
and one of them then will be for Gold Beach, which is where Sophie Reaper is now.
Well, very good morning to you both. We've actually moved slightly inland from Gold Beach and we're now at the British Normandy Memorial, which commemorates over 22,000 troops which were killed under British command between the 6th of June 1944 and into August. Just over to my left, you can see over almost 1,500 silhouettes representing the price that was paid on D-Day and beyond to give us our freedom here in Europe. And very shortly here at this memorial, there's going to be a service of remembrance which is being attended by some veterans in order to commemorate and celebrate them on this very special anniversary.
Well, Sophie, we'll be watching you throughout the day today. Thanks very much indeed.
And thank you for watching and listening, for Anne and myself throughout the programme this morning. It was lovely to have your company. Right now you're in the company of Ben Leo and Nana Akua.
Morning to you. Kemi Badenoch is speaking live during our show on leaving potentially the ECHR. Will she do it, Nana?
Well, even if she does, I don't think that's going to help them. The Tories are possibly toast.
Yeah,
Let's stay with the state weather is next.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed boilers. Sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. A wet start for some of us, but that early rain is clearing east, and then it's a day of sunny spells and showers. Feeling cool, particularly where we've got some gusty winds in between the showers, but pleasant enough in the sunshine out of the breeze. Here's that early rain. It's pushing into the North Sea by mid-morning. Many places are brighter, but still with a lot of cloud and a mix of sunny spells as well as showers. The best of the sunshine in the south and across some western coasts, but inland plenty of these showers will pop up. They'll be hit and miss, as is always the case with showers. Temperatures will be around the high teens, so continuing to feel on the cool side for the time of year. Then the showers ease across eastern parts as we end the day, although still some continuing across the north and the east of Scotland. We've got some late sunshine to come through the Western Isles, the Central Belt, Glasgow, for example. Cumbria doing well as we end Friday, but still areas of cloud and showers, particularly across Northern Ireland, and an area of more persistent rain starting to turn up across Cornwall. And this marks the beginning of an unsettled start to the weekend. We've got low pressure arriving from the west, and through Friday night and into the early hours of Saturday, we're going to see spells of rain spread in, especially across parts of Western England and Wales, along the south coast. And the wind will pick up towards the south and southwest as that low pressure arrives. Of course, that'll keep things relatively mild, double figures as we start the weekend, but a lot of unsettled weather to begin things on Saturday. The liveliest showers will be across Wales and the west of England first thing. Some thunderstorms, some hail, gusty winds, gales around southern and southwestern coasts. Not good at all if you've got outdoor plans this weekend, but it does turn a little drier by Sunday with a better chance of some bright spells.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Significant congestion persists on the southbound A470 between Nantgarv and Corriton, causing delays. The M27 is congested near Portsmouth, with delays easing soon. Westbound M62 is down to one lane due to a blaze. In Plymouth, a vehicle on the A38